All right, we are going live.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the April 7th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. If we could have a roll call, please.
Yes, Chair Gutierrez,
Here,
Secretary Clow,
Here.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Here.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall. I saw her. Okay, Commissioner Lawrence,
Here.
Commissioner Pava,
Finally here.
Commissioner Satania,
Present.
Commissioner Smith,
Here.
Commissioner Toya.
Here.
And Commissioner Hinojos Fall. Did we lose her?
I think we lost her.
Okay, so I'll mark
she-
her when she comes
yeah.
back in. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
thank you very much. Moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Toya, if you'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Give me a second.
Did we lose Commissioner Toya down or?
He did.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the country which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Moving on to approval of the agenda. Any changes from staff?
Mr. Chair, yes, we would like to move up the ordinance amendment for Councilor Cassett as first on the agenda before we go to old business.
Thank you, Mr. Escobar. Any changes from the commission?
Motion to approve, Chair. Commissioner Faulkner.
Thank you, Commissioner Faulkner.
I'll second Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawrence. We have a motion and a second. If we can get a roll call, please.
Yes, Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satania,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes,
and Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Moving on to item D, appointment of vice chair. I would like to thank everybody that responded for their interest in the vice chair. I will be appointing Secretary Janet Clow as vice chair. So welcome, Vice Chair Clow. And now we have a hole as secretary. So at some point, Director Klug, if you will let the commissioners know what the job of secretary is, or if you want to get a hold of Ms. Clow so they can find out exactly what it is, and we can get that position filled. So thank you.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And
I'd like to
you know
introduce
what?
the new commissioners, if I may.
Yes, please. Yes.
All right, thank you. So you all may notice some new faces tonight. So tonight we have with us three new planning commissioners, very long awaited and carefully considered new faces with us to help us with these very interesting and exciting cases that come before us. So I'd like to say I've talked to all of them and, read the resumes and talked to the mayor. And, they have a variety of interesting background and unique experience that I think they'll bring to the commission. And I really look forward to having all of them here, with us to share their insights and, help us with this important work. So I'd like to them all to introduce themselves. And I think if you don't mind, I'll just go in the order that I have down. I think let's just go by district. So from District 2, replacing Mark Hogan, we have Dr. Peter Smith with us. Commissioner Smith, would you like to just give us a brief introduction?
Sure, happy to do so. And I'm honored to have this appointment. And frankly, wasn't real sure I'd be sitting here with you all, but so far so good. I've been in Santa Fe about 10 years. Come from Vermont initially. I am a recovering politician of little note, having served in the Vermont legislature and as lieutenant governor, and then in the United States Congress for one term. My footnote in history is that however different people feel about this, I'm used to it. The National Rifle Association considered Bernie Sanders, who beat me, to be the lesser of two evils. So I've always taken that as a little bit of a badge of honor. I'm an educator. I currently work remotely, which I have been for 5 years with the University of Maryland Global Campus, which is a public accredited online blended institution. And my educational career has been committed to serving underserved or excluded students, focusing mainly on working adults. Been doing that since 1970, and I've had the honor of being the founding president of two colleges, Community College of Vermont and Cal State Monterey Bay. So on a personal note, I'll be doing a lot of listening. I don't confuse my experience with knowing much about Santa Fe in depth. I have been here a while, but I'll be doing a lot of listening and appreciate any advice any of you feel comfortable giving me as we go along. Great to be here.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. So we'll definitely miss Commissioner Hogan, but we're happy to have you aboard to fill his shoes. So next, District 3 is Jay Toya. He's replacing Councilor Lee Garcia. Jay, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, thank you. Likewise, I am honored to be, selected as a commissioner for District 3. I am a lifelong resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico. My career consists of financial and banking. I've been in banking for 19 years this March, and I have been employed with First National 1870 since then. I am a native from Jemez Pueblo, and I also, not much to say, but I am honored to be elected, and I am, looking forward to serving for Santa Fe.
Thank you, Commissioner Toya. And then last but not least, from District 4, replacing Amanda Chavez is Sulema Hinojos Fall. Commissioner Hinojos Fall, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm very honored to be serving in this position, and I look forward to working with all of you. I graduated from UNM in 1974 and moved to Seattle and attended the University of Washington School of Law. I then worked as King County prosecutor, which is the largest populated county in the state of Washington, where Seattle is located. I was an adjunct professor of law at the Seattle University School of Law. I was an administrative judge for the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission for 15 years, and then moved back home and took up the position of attorney for the New Mexico VA healthcare system, and I retired in 2016. So I have been retired and enjoy my retirement with my Seattle husband who loves Santa Fe. And just looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Everybody, welcome. So back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And yes, we're all very lucky to have you guys come on board. We're excited that we have a full Planning Commission, and thank you so much for your opportunity, your opportunity to serve.
Mr. Chair, could I take just a quick moment of personal privilege?
Yes, please.
Okay, it is the chair's birthday, so I just wanted to wish him happy birthday.
Very good.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
Like,
Feliz cumpleaños.
Gracias. I should have said no. I should have known.
you should have known.
I should have known. Mr. Escobar, will you read the next caption in for us, please?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this is consideration of bill number 2022. There's no ordinance number. An ordinance amending table 1461-1 of the Land Development Code, the table of permitted uses, the table of small and large preschool and daycare facilities in all zoning districts except the industrial district. Daniel Alvarado is here to help present. Daniel is available.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Please,
Hello,
Mr.
commissioners. Go ahead. Yeah, good to see you all again. Hello to the new commissioners. Welcome. Dan, if you'll let me share my screen, I have my presentation ready to go. Okay, you should now see presentation for proposed legislation to allow large childcare facilities in all zoning districts except for industrial. So this proposed legislation, it would amend the table of permitted uses to allow large facilities, which is larger than or more than 6 children, in all residential zoning categories, including rural residential, R1 through R6, R7 through R9, R7 infill, residential compounds, R10 through R29, manufactured home and residential arts and crafts zoning districts by right without a special use permit. We are also proposing to remove childcare facilities, both large and small, from any industrial district, where right now you can do childcare facilities in I1 districts. So to visualize that in the table, we're just striking the special use permit requirement for all of these districts, as well as mixed use, and then striking any use in I1 districts. And as I'm sure you're all familiar, the zoning map shows residential districts are mostly yellow here and green, to give you an idea of what that covers. So some background on the issue, according to a 2018 study by the Center for American Progress, about half of Santa Fe is considered a childcare desert, which is a community with more than 3 children for every licensed childcare slot. And this same report found that childcare deserts are correlated with lower rates of maternal labor force participation, and this disproportionately affects women who are the primary childcare givers. So currently we have 37 licensed childcare facilities in Santa Fe. And out of those 37, only 3 appear to be home facilities, which is primarily what we're trying to encourage with this legislation. So some more background on this process. Councilor Cassett, myself, and former planning manager Noah Burke met with the New Mexico Early Childhood Education and Care Department in November. And after a nice long meeting, they were very in favor of the legislation and expressed that it could possibly even be a model legislation throughout the state to reduce barriers to childcare facilities. So in New Mexico, there are 4 categories for childcare facility licensing. There's a registered home, which is no more than 4 children. There is a family care family childcare home, which is at least 5, but no more than 6. A group childcare home, which is at least 7, but not more than 12, which is the category we're primarily targeting with this legislation. And then a childcare center, which is more than 12. Currently, the top 2 are allowed by right, but the bottom 2 require special use permit. The proposal is to allow these categories to be allowed by right. And also, all of the bottom 3 categories require a resident living in the home full-time, except for childcare center, which is more of a commercial space. So we also want to emphasize that we are not changing any of the zoning standards for these zones and for this use. So the only thing is permitting the use, but the same zoning standards apply, such as off-street parking, which requires 2 spaces plus 1 additional space for each 10 children for childcare facilities. The same lot size, building height, architectural design, and as well as sign zoning standards would remain the same. So this goes into saying that these facilities would integrate well with the existing neighborhood fabric, and it wouldn't be creating an eyesore or anything like that in a residential neighborhood. And also to emphasize that the safety requirements are still managed by the state as they always have been. This includes background checks for the educators, building safety, which includes fire checks, transportation requirements, health and hygiene, COVID requirements, all those sort of things. And there's a link to those standards here if you want to find that list. So with that all in mind, the Land Use Department does recommend approval of the legislation to amend the table of permitted uses to allow large childcare facilities. We've reviewed the proposed legislation, and it meets the criteria to amend the zoning code. So with that, I'll stand for questions and pass it off to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a minute to speak a little bit about the broader work that is happening in this arena, just so you all have a picture. Child care access, increasing childhood access and affordability has been something that I've been working on with a number of partners. This is just one piece of that effort. There is also some funding that hopefully will be coming through with this year's budget and hopefully will be passed in the next couple of weeks. That's going to be helping with workforce development. And I've also been partnering with the fire department and with the state to be looking at some of the other regulatory barriers that a lot of the childcare providers have in order to increase access. So I just wanted to be able to give the broader picture. Daniel did a wonderful job of really going into the technicalities with this one. So thank you so much for that, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Vice Chair Clow.
Thank you. I have a question just for a little more explanation. In reading the materials that were posted, it says that that any new facility will still need to meet all local zoning requirements, which would preclude a large commercial facility in a residential area, for instance. So can you explain that a little bit in terms of why it would be precluded a large commercial facility? And is that defined as over the 12 kids? Is that what we saw before, 12 children?
Yeah, a childcare center, Commissioner, is considered is the largest facility, and that that could be those kind of facilities really are more likely to be in like a church or a school, or in some cases, of course, like a commercial office space. But the reason why we said it the way we did is that the zoning standards still apply to any building that a childcare facility would go into. So, for instance, we wouldn't be able to build a 3-story childcare center in a zoning district that only allows you to have a height of 24 feet or something like that. So all of the zoning standards would be the same as a house. So that that they would essentially look like a home. but with just a few modifications to allow for the childcare use. Does that explain? Thank you.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner, Vice Chair Clown? Commissioner Pava.
Yes, good evening. I don't know if staff had the opportunity to benchmark the regulations in Albuquerque, Rio Rancho, or similar communities, particularly Rio Rancho, which is demographically somewhat similar.
In regards to
Young.
their zoning,
Yeah,
Of childcare?
looking at what Albuquerque's integrated development code, their 2020 update, or Rio Rancho, their development process, annual and code.
I personally, I don't think I've looked at Albuquerque or Rio Rancho, but actually the entire state of Colorado passed a bill, I think a couple years ago, that's essentially this, but on a state level, requiring cities to allow childcare in basically all zoning categories. So, I mean, we have the entire state of Colorado to look at as an example for this. And from what I've read, the Secretary of Education, Graginski, is the one who pointed this out as an example. She says it's a success.
Thank you. And the reason I mentioned this, Mr. Alvarado and staff, is that when I looked and I see that in both cases, up to 6, it would be similar to what we're proposing here. In both cities, Rio Rancho and Albuquerque, 7 and above do require essentially the equivalent of a special use permit. There would be a zoning hearing, examiner, conditional use review. In those cases, those are relatively up-to-date codes. I also am aware that the American Planning Association is very big on an initiative to broaden opportunities for daycare in communities, particularly underserved communities or childcare deserts and whatnot. But I'd have to say, I do have some concerns about no kind of contextual review of any kind at the city level. Of course, state regulations are another matter, but we're talking about how it impacts specific neighborhoods within specific sub areas and neighborhoods and blocks. So I would raise that as a concern about de facto allowing this in all residential zones without some caveat above the number, maybe 7 to 12, such as done in Rio Rancho and Albuquerque, with some kind of a review process, perhaps even an administrative review process that allows for an appeal.
Well, I can just add that because of the way this is getting into the weeds, but the way the state regulations work is there's a set amount of space per child. And so say we're getting over 12 children, I haven't done the math, but I imagine you get to a point where you couldn't physically have a building large enough to host that many children in a zoning district where you're limited to a building the size of a single family home. So I really think that and I understand your concern, and that is probably the main concern that's been pointed out. But I think the childcare facilities would probably, or childcare centers, the larger centers would probably be mostly limited to schools and churches. And I think Councilor Cassidy, you have some examples of churches and schools that have tried to come to the city with plans to do childcare facilities, but they've been put off by the special use permit process.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. There have been some instances where there have been some religious institutions that did have that extra space that is not being utilized. And they were interested in moving forward with opening up these, very needed childcare spots in our city. I'm not sure that Daniel mentioned the statistic, but in 2019, prior to the pandemic, there was only enough space for 7% of the infants that were born in our city. So this is really a very dire need in our community. And Santa Fe is actually one of the worst in the state. So Albuquerque and Rio Rancho do not have, while they do have a deficit, they do not have the same deficit that we are seeing in Santa Fe County. So there have been some instances where they would have to be going through the special use permitting process. We know that starting a childcare business is already a financially challenging endeavor. And so how we remove both the time and the financial burden so that people actually can be getting these centers set up and getting those slots open, and parents can be going back to work so that they can make sure that they're providing for their families. That's really what we're looking to do, is how can we reduce those administrative burdens, knowing that there's already a number of hoops that they'll have to be jumping through at the state level, as well as currently the life safety standards will also come into play. So there is this challenge where once you get above, I believe it's 6, currently you do have to have a sprinkler system in your home. Most people do not have a sprinkler system in their home. So really, this is probably going to be impacting at the moment a lot of those institutions that are within residential neighborhoods, as most of our religious institutions and schools, or maybe not our schools, but definitely our religious institutions are within residential zones. And this is some of the other work that is being looked at the state level of how do we both balance the need for safety, make sure that we do not have too many kids in a too small of space, while also taking down some of these more challenging barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jessup and Mr. Alvarado. One final question, and I yield the floor. Do we have any idea how many unlicensed ad hoc setups there are around Santa Fe? My guess is that there are many. Do we have any clue?
That is a great question. I do not have the number off the top of my head right now, but yes, there are a number of probably unlicensed and unofficial childcare. I mean, you have to realize with childcare, especially when we think about Santa Fe and we think about our primary industry being tourism. Now I can say I'm a single mother with a 3.5-year-old. So I very much have experienced what this looks like and trying to find childcare that meets the needs for even a working parent who's trying to work a 9 to 5. A lot of childcare facilities are only open 9:30 to 11:30, 9:30 to 3:30. They close at 11 o'clock on Friday. And let me tell you, this does not work. A lot of our working families are working in the tourism industry, which means that they are not working a traditional work schedule. They need to be there at 6 a.m. They need to be staying until 11 o'clock or midnight. So there is a lot of unofficial childcare that is happening. And this is also part of that broader effort where there's a lot of community partners working up with Growing Up New Mexico, the Early Childhood Steering Committee, which has a number of childcare providers, advocates, educators who are all coming together to see how we solve this problem and how we can bring some of these unlicensed, unofficial childcare providers into the fold, because it not only assists them with getting resources and making sure that everybody is up to standards, but it does also allow them to start to access some of the funding mechanisms that can either reduce the cost of providing care or reduce the cost to families. So there definitely is an effort there. And so I don't have the precise number for you. There are a number of them, and it is part of something that we are working on.
I yield the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Pava. Commissioner Hinojosa, followed by Commissioner Lawrence.
Yes, if we could go back to the issue of the signage, especially in residential sections. Would the staff person go back on that? I'd like to have a little bit more information exactly how that works.
Sure. So, like I said, the sign code doesn't change for this use. So it's the same for every other use in that district. So for instance, in a residential, any R district, an RAC, which is residential arts and crafts, as well as the AC districts, you're only allowed 2 signs per building with a combined surface area not to exceed 20 feet, as well as an entrance sign. So it's pretty minimal.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're done, Commissioner Hinojosa Fall?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawrence?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to get a good sense of the larger size of these facilities and how they might fit into a neighborhood. Fortunately, I no longer have kids in preschool, but it wasn't that long ago that I was hunting for it myself, and I'm familiar with like La Casita in the Casa Solana neighborhood or the Garcia Street Club. It seems like this change would potentially allow the potential for more of those facilities, more of that type of childcare facility as well, economics permitting. Am I right with that assumption and that understanding that those sort of within residential neighborhood, larger facilities that do operate, that don't necessarily have people living there, are more of an option and maybe easier to locate as well?
Well, yeah, they would be allowed. Obviously, they would have to have a facility that would meet our zoning standards for that district. And so in an existing neighborhood, they would maybe have to do a purpose build, which I doubt people are going to be building brand new daycare centers in residential neighborhoods when the investment is much more sound than just a residential home. But that being said, yes, it does allow for those sort of places. I'm not familiar with those locations specifically. And I think this is kind of an aside, but we are also looking at maybe actually even if not requiring, recommending that new developments actually set aside land or buildings for childcare. They can take advantage of this this legislation because we've actually done that in the past, and it's gone years ago, but we've gone away from it. So this could be a component of a larger overhaul of our Chapter 14 land development code that could help take advantage of that.
Just to provide a little clarification, not just childcare, but this understanding of what do neighborhoods need to thrive and how can we make sure that we are incorporating them in there. That is still a much larger conversation, but thank you, Daniel, for that. It does tie in that regard. And if I may, Commissioner Lawrence, I think a prime example would be, I believe it's one of the Montessori schools that is in the Villa Caballero neighborhood, and it has shut down. It is closed. It did not survive the pandemic. The house was on the market, or the property, the building was on the market. I'm not quite sure you could quite call it a house. You know, it had all the tiny toilets and the open playrooms and the concrete floors and all the makings of how you're going to be taking care of little ones that cause lots of messes. So this would be, another opportunity. There have been a number of these childcare facilities that were houses that were built out that have shut down throughout the course of the pandemic. And so how can we reinvigorate, whether it's bringing in a new business, a new childcare provider to reopen these slots? There was another one in Casa Solana as well that had shut down. Right by the pool. So again, how do we, I think it was Momentum, I believe that was the one. Santa Fe, I could go on. There was a number that shut down, and how we can get them reopened. They were already childcare facilities, and how do we make this as easy as possible to reinvigorate those old childcare facilities again?
Thank you for that. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawrence. Any other commissioners? Mr. Alvarado, Mr. Alvarado, I-1, I-2, you said you guys struck it out?
That's right. I-2 was already restricted, but I-1 did allow for some childcare facilities. And we decided that especially if we're broadening the ability for childcare facilities to be in almost all of the other districts, there was no need for it to be in I-1 anymore. And it's really kind of inappropriate for childcare facilities to be in I-1, even though I-1 is typically more like office parks and light manufacturing. It's still not an ideal childcare situation. And it also mirrors what we have currently for educational facilities. And some other uses like that that are not allowed in I-1 already.
And
My thought
Chair, if
is,
I can add a little bit to that logic as well.
yes, please.
We also wanted to balance, another one of our burgeoning industries is cannabis. And part of the cannabis regulations, as you all know very well, is there was a restriction for radius to any childcare facilities to be opening up cannabis. And so how do we balance out these different needs, knowing that this is an important industry for the city and for the state, and that there are very limited industrial zones within our city. And so really, where would we like these different businesses to be? And knowing that childcare in some other municipalities has actually been utilized as a mechanism to stifle the cannabis industry, we did want to make sure that we are balancing out the different needs of our community. And so that was also part of the logic there.
Thank you. Point taken. My youngest is 5, so I'm with you guys that have been in this situation. My thought, though, is if we look at cities, not just Santa Fe, but others that are evolving, you're getting barber shops. You're getting, if you look on Rafina, I think that was industrial where the barbecue smoke shop is. You're getting gyms and things of that nature going into some of these light industrial areas. Childcare might be something that would complement the way these areas are growing and changing. And that's just food for thought. First one in wins, I guess, if it would be between cannabis and childcare, but just something to think about as the bill goes forward. Thank you very much. Commissioner Smith.
Okay, we're okay. A question, was there an analysis of if you go from 6 to 12, there's an economic difference in terms of the cost to get in, the overhead and the resources needed to run the center or the facility, that is different than having 4 or fewer, 6 or fewer, and probably different than having 13 or more. Was there any analysis about that?
Your question is it more expensive to have a smaller or larger facility? I guess I don't quite follow.
Well, what I was trying to sort out is that if you make it, you level out all the regulations, that the first 3 are being treated the same. What you have done is changed the expense and cost context within which this third group, 7 to 12, operates. And that may have been an inhibitor because prior, unintended, because if you have to put in a sprinkler system or you have other kinds of costs, but you're still limited in numbers. And I was just wondering if there'd been any thought about that.
Well, I don't think we thought about that specific issue, but I think generally we're trying to lower the burden, both time and financial, to childcare providers, especially for those lower tier providers that are home registered homes or family childcare homes that are, really just, usually parents themselves who are looking for ways to take care of their children and make some money on the side. So a special use permit costs $1,000 up front, plus all of the time and administrative fees and that sort of thing. So, it's a step towards affordability.
And Mr. Alvarado, I can add a little bit to that as well, Commissioner, if that's okay with you. There's a number of different economic factors that come into play when we're looking at the cost of running a child care facility. So part of it is age. So there's a different ratio that is needed for 18 months and younger, as opposed to 18 months and older. So that's going to change the balance and how much it's going to cost in terms of staff needs and supplies and some different pieces there. There also is a number of different state opportunities that providers can apply for. So are they going to apply to be one of the providers that gets a pre-K slot? Are they going to be working with individuals that are going to be eligible for some of the assistance that is given to low-income families? I believe that they've raised it now to 350%
FPL, and in some cases 400%, where you can actually get assistance from the state to pay for childcare. So the economic component of it does get a little bit, there's a number of different variables. And again, this group that I've been discussing that's really been focusing on this area, one thing that they've been talking about is administrative costs and how can we help reduce administrative costs as a collective. So would it make sense for there to almost be an administrative hub that helps with, because the process of running a childcare business, a lot of people who get into childcare, they're not business individuals. They love children. They want to teach them. They want to finger paint. They want to do all of the Pinterest activities that I do not do as a mother. I gotta say, I thought I would be her and I was not. But those individuals who are running these childcare facilities and who are being the teachers, they're really, their heart and soul is in it. When it comes to managing the business, that can get a little bit more complex. And that's where that cost issue really does start to come in. And also where we are looking at how we can be providing that assistance so that people can start to expand, really focus on what they're good at, which is that high quality, affordable early childhood education, and where are the areas that we can reduce the financial barriers.
Commissioner Smith, you're muted, but are you yield the floor? Thank you. Commissioner Pava.
Just wanted to follow up. Thank you for answering all the questions of my fellow commissioners. Point. One or two follow-up questions. Since this ordinance has been made public, draft ordinance, has staff received, to your knowledge, any comments from, say, neighborhood associations or other individuals? I didn't see any packets with regard to public comments. I was wondering if you had, in fact, received any kind of public comment at this stage.
There was a few people at the governing body meeting, if I remember correctly, who did have some public comment. And I think they expressed similar concerns about the larger facilities, but they weren't, they weren't upset by it. They just thought, maybe that's something to look at more closely. But I haven't received any other public comment, which is why there's not any in the packet.
And my follow-up question is unrelated, but back to the special use process, or as in Albuquerque, they use something called conditional accessory use, using a zoning hearing examiner. Why wouldn't that be an avenue? It would take more time, I would imagine. Why wouldn't that be a better avenue in Santa Fe, or in the midst of updating Chapter 14 anyways?
Sorry, you cut out a little bit. What exactly is the avenue?
So for example, in Albuquerque, in their 2020 update of the Integrated Development Code, so it's pretty recent and up to date, and they're following trends and they have similar issues, maybe somewhat different demographics. But what I read was that it is now what's known as a conditional accessory use, and what that is done, how that's done, is through a zoning hearing examiner. Okay, and so it doesn't go to the planning commission. A little bit different than a special use or conditional use. And it's pretty much quote unquote subject to approval by the zoning hearing examiner based on a review of potential adverse impacts of the use and any appropriate mitigations to minimize impacts on nearby properties. And that's right there in their code. So I'm wondering, why wouldn't we want to do that?
Well, I think that's a fine idea. We just don't have a provision for that in our code currently. That could be something that we include in our Chapter 14 update, which is we're working on, as you know, right now. But that's just not something we have available to us, as far as I understand. But I like the idea, and I think that might be a good idea as a stopgap measure between a full-on special use permit, but or just by right. So I appreciate the suggestion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Alvarado. And finally, if I am to understand this correctly, because state regulations require inspections and all that, the safety aspects, and the state regulations also require that any home childcare be occupied by maybe not the owner, but the resident, somebody who who is the primary occupant of the house. So that would all be validated still, verified by annual inspections or when somebody applies for a licensed state, is that correct?
It's validated by the state, correct?
Oh, very good. I'll just finally say, look, I just became a grandfather. I had 2 kids go through all of this when I was a bit younger. I also serve on a board of Temple Beth Shalom, where most of my job is dealing with the preschool, and that's in a residential zone. So I get it. I just wanted to ask all these questions because I think we need to be put on the. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Grandpa. Commissioner Hinojosa's Fall.
Yes, thank you. So how, as a practical matter, does say a home that is already offering childcare to less than 6 children and is maybe a 2 to 3 bedroom home, how does that bump up to 14 children, for example? As a practical matter, how does that work?
It would have to be large enough to fit the many children according to the state regulations. And as I said before, the state has a square footage allotment per child. It depends on the age. It's a long calculation, but so they would have to physically be able to fit that many according to the regulations. So if that facility, but what will be affected here is that facility, if they did have the facility large enough, they could bump up to that larger size without needing a special use permit.
Okay, so that addresses my concern about there's a regulatory mechanism in place to make sure that the number of children can be accommodated in that location.
That's
Now,
right.
had any just feedback, it appears that you haven't, from the people next door, people across the street, who may all of a sudden realize that the activity, both in terms of the children in the place and the parents dropping off and picking up, has increased. So has that been looked at, addressed in any way?
Well, like I said, the zoning standards are still the same. So there's some off-street parking offered, and they still have to meet laws about operational hours and noise and that sort of thing. But invariably there would be some growing pains for neighbors that are not used to this kind of use. But I think we're hoping that the benefits will be evident to everybody. And we can work out any specific issues on a case-by-case basis.
Right, correct. My concern is, has there been an opportunity for people in the neighborhoods to come forward and speak on that issue or any other issue? I know you mentioned that there was a couple of people that showed up for a meeting, but anything other than that?
Well, they're welcome to send in public comment. We're not having a E&N meeting like we would for a development case. They're also welcome to speak at commission meetings like this one. And we're going to a few more committee meetings, quality of life and economic development, I believe. So there's going to be some more opportunities for people to weigh in.
And because this is an ordinance change, there will be a public hearing at the final passage at governing body, or for the final vote at governing body.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Dan, I do see we do have some hands up in the public, correct?
Mr. Chair, I see 2, but I'm not sure if they're here to speak on this ordinance or if they're holding their hands up for the next case to be first.
Do me a favor and take those hands down. Anybody that wants to speak on this case, please raise your hand.
I see one who didn't take their hands down. I will allow to speak. Rachel Thompson.
Hi, and thank you. And actually, I am coming for the next proceeding, but this one, I have something that I would really like to say, which is,
Please be sworn in, Ms. Thompson, and you're
sorry,
welcome to.
my name is Rachel Thompson, and I live at 3306 Camino Cielo Vista.
Okay, I will swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I actually did a master's thesis on the location and density of family child care facilities in Prince George's County, Maryland, which is I believe, a county that is predominantly a community of color, with a very large Hispanic or Spanish-speaking population. And what I ended up doing was just discovering how incredibly intense the regulatory process is to open a child care facility. You know, it's the Department of Health, it's Department of Education, it's the fire department, it's the planning department, you know, and so it's expensive and it's extremely lengthy. And it often would be undertaken by someone who, as I think it's been said here, someone who's caring for their own child in their home, and they want an opportunity to care for other children at the same time. And they might only do it for 5 or 6 years. You know, they're not going to open a business that's going to be their career. It's something that they want to do for their own child, and they want to offer it as a service to their neighbors. And they may also really care very much about offering childcare that is consistent with their culture, you know, in terms of what the children may eat, or, you know, the languages and so forth. And so it is extremely onerous for a childcare home to be set up. And in addition, in terms of the importance of having these facilities in residential areas, oftentimes, or usually, it's the woman who is moving around with the children. She's probably trying to juggle 1, if not 2 part-time jobs. She may need care for her children at very unusual hours. And she also, if she's out during the day, she's probably doing they call it, I don't know, chain trips, okay? She's going to the supermarket, she's dropping her child off, she's picking her child up, she's doing all these different things. And she probably doesn't even have the first car in the family. Her husband probably has the first car in the family. So she is doing quite a threading the needle on that way in order to find an appropriate place for her child, which is safe, and, you know, which is affordable and which can accommodate her work schedule. And, you know, there was a time when, actually before the Oklahoma City bombing, when childcare at workplaces was becoming more common. And after that, there was a huge change back. Nobody wanted to go and leave their child somewhere, you know, in a corporate facility or in some place like that, where there might be a lot of children in one place. It was considered really risky to do that, and women didn't want to do that any longer. So I just want to, you know, say that I don't understand all the details of what you're talking about, but I think we should do everything we possibly can to bring childcare close to children's homes, just like you would have an elementary school close to the child's home. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to testify on this case? If so, please raise your hand.
I do not see any more, Mr. Chair.
I see none either, so we will close the public portion of the case. Commissioner Faulkner.
I'd like to make a motion to approve bill number 2022. It has a dash. I don't know what the full number is. A motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
I'll second Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you. So Commissioner Faulkner with the motion, seconded by Commissioner Lawrence. Any other discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava.
Yes, and I'm not going to bark.
I'm sorry about that. That's my dog. Commissioner Satania,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes,
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Ms. Byers, and just food for thought. Nobody would have known it was your dog. So,
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Cassett, thank you for joining us. Thank you for bringing this forward and good luck getting it passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, commissioners. It's really been a pleasure to be on Planning Commission tonight, and happy birthday, Mr. Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you
Have a
so
good evening. Good luck.
Okay, now I think we missed the approval of the minutes from February 17th. So I'm going to circle back to item E, approval of minutes from February 17th, 2022. Any changes from staff?
Mr. Chair, no.
Any changes from the commission?
Commissioner Faulkner to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Faulkner, seconded by Commissioner Lawrence. We could have a roll call, please.
Yes, Commissioner Clow.
I'll abstain. I wasn't at the meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall.
I will abstain. I was not a commissioner at the time.
Okay. Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satania,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
I'll abstain.
and Commissioner Toya.
I will abstain.
Okay, so that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4 votes. Is that enough, Attorney Fagali? 4, or does the chair need to vote?
The chair should vote.
Okay,
He
and
was
Chair
at the meeting.
Gutierrez. Okay, Chair Gutierrez,
Yes,
the motion has been approved.
thank you. Moving on, we are going to item 7. It looks like consent, case 2022-5006, 4149 Fairley Road Development Plan and Special Use Permit Time Extension. Mr. Logston? Dan, I think Mr. Logston's in the attendees room. You will promote him.
Yes. There are quite a few in the attendees room. Give me just a moment.
The point of order, do we have to hear the case if it's on consent? Or can we just vote on it?
I think he's just going to give us a quick synopsis and we will vote on it. To be
Mr.
fairly
Chair,
fast.
I don't believe you need to hear.
We don't?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
Not if it's on consent, but you're certainly welcome to if you would like.
I'd be happy to present it if you'd like me to, Mr. Chair.
26 seconds.
Okay.
I'm just.
Yeah, this is a simple time extension on a development plan and special use permit. This was actually one of my first cases when I came here, originally approved in 2018, I think. I didn't actually come prepared to talk because I thought y'all would just vote. But yeah, it's our code allows, excuse me, for the land use director to approve 2 one-year extensions on approvals like this. And so I'm sure y'all checked out the packet. It's a urban farm, ground level, greater than 1 acre. It's basically a greenhouse setup for growing medicinal marijuana. And the Planning Commission approved it without a lot of debate. There was mostly just questions, originally approved it, I should say. There weren't a lot of questions, just concerns about smells, security, things like that. The neighbors were actually supportive. They were happy that it wasn't going to be 10 acres worth of houses, but they had the same concerns, which were addressed at the time and will be addressed when this is ultimately built. They simply haven't gone forward with this because in their line of business, it's been difficult to get a financial guarantee for the limited amount of curb, gutter, and sidewalk they need to do. And now with the approval of Miraflores subdivision adjacent to it, HomeWise will be building the road. So they're going to kind of combine efforts and costs and take care of it when HomeWise builds the road. So that's why they're asking for an extension again.
Thank you, Mr. Logston. And I think it's good for the you commissioners to just hear a quick synopsis.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, any questions? If not, I will take a motion.
Motion to approve the consent item.
First, Satania, the second.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawrence, second by Commissioner Satania. If we can have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Ball,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satania,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
and Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. Moving on, we will be going into old business. Case number 2021-4648, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows General Plan Amendment. Case 2021-4649, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows Rezoning. Case 2021-4650, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows General Plan Amendment. And case 2021-4651, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows rezoning. We have heard this case. We have had public comment on the case. I'm going to open it up to commissioners. Commissioner Faulkner.
Yeah, this case has been a struggle for me. It's in our district and it's clearly controversial. I have a couple of issues with this case. Most importantly is that we're being asked to set a precedent that could be a dangerous precedent for the entire city by way of taking something that's been designated parkland and has been in that state since 2007 and allowing it to be converted into residential in an area where there isn't a lot of parkland to begin with. So that's a concern. I've asked staff to make available some data that could help us make this decision based on what studies are saying that we're in such a housing crisis that this approach is absolutely necessary. The second concern I have is that the condition of approval that was offered by the applicant does not satisfy my concerns and does not alleviate the fact that I still think that it doesn't quite meet the standards, even with that condition that it would need to meet. And then thirdly, I think that one of the important things about being in a leadership position is that we provide just, fair, and thoughtful governance. And so with that, I would like to make a motion that is going to make everyone unhappy. And I'm okay with that. But I'd like to make a motion to postpone this case until staff can present several condition options that we can choose from, maybe 2 or 3, or even one really good one. And that we can get some data that would illustrate or prove or disprove, whichever it turns out to be, that we're in such a crisis that we have to start considering getting rid of what could be viable amenities for a community that desperately needs them. And that's my motion, Mr. Chair, to postpone for no less than 60 days and no more than 90 days. I know the city's working through its budgets and staff is undermanned. And so this is going to take some time for staff to pull this together for us. And that's what the time consideration is about. Thank you.
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Faulkner. Commissioner Hinojos, you'll second that?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Discussion from commissioners, please. Commissioner Pava.
Okay, so everything I just heard Commissioner Faulkner say, I think some of the rest of us, at least I am thinking, and having the opportunity of some hindsight after the hearing last month, and thinking more and more about this, I think there's issues of transparency, good governance, and the balancing of community needs. Affordable housing is definitely a need in Santa Fe, the missing middle, absolutely, 100%. So is access to parkland and other quality of life issues for the residents in and around, particularly the south part of our city. Can't imagine if somebody wanted to come up Canyon Road and turn Patrick Smith Park into a housing development. And yet we look at that differently for whatever reasons, because of demographic changes. So I'm in full support of deferring this so that some of these issues might be better thought out, and some other solutions and approaches given. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pava. Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will echo another reason why I think I'm supportive of this motion, and that is because we had an initial condition that was suggested at the last hearing, and as we discussed a bit then, conditions on this sort of request are very, very rare. We as commissioners did receive some information from staff with another recommendation for a condition, but I'm still not very comfortable that that is necessarily the best route. And I think that perhaps if we have a little bit more time, there may be other options out there that are potentially a better solution than a condition for a general plan amendment and rezoning, which is what we have to just decide yes or no on right now at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawrence. Other commissioners? Without a development plan and being on the commission, my length of time, we were instructed that conditions of approval, while allowed in 14, were not best practices, is how I'm going to put it. I know that there's the condition here, and I think probably seeing it with a development plan might have made a difference in my thoughts on this case. The other big unknown is the park and maintenance of the park, and I think those are issues that need to be discussed if it's going to go forward with the park area. I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Smith.
I haven't had the pleasure of being part of this discussion for the last whatever months. And if that's the will of the commission, then that's what we'll do. What I want to make sure is we're not reopening the door to another 8 to 12 months of conversation. And what I would like to hear from Commissioner Faulkner is exactly what it is she wants after 60 to 90 days. Because these things only get better with time if we get better data, and not if we reopen and revisit and re-hoe already seriously farmed territory. And so, Commissioner, I wasn't clear listening to you. We know there's a need, so I'm not quite sure about that. And unless you don't think that data is accurate. And when you're talking, in my experience, when you're talking about precedent, this really becomes a choice. Data will not tell you to break precedent. It will be that times have changed or other circumstances in the environment have changed. So I just want us to be really clear. We know what we're asking the staff to do in 60 to 90 days that will, in fact, bring us to a point where we're confident about making the vote we choose to make. Because we all know time is a killer. And a lot of things get killed in this city by time. just taking more and more time. Right? That for me would not be a happy use of time. So I need to be real clear about what we're after.
I'll respond, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please. And Dan, if you'll take yours and Ms. Jenkins' hand down. I see you guys, but I want to see commissioners because we have a motion in a second. Commissioner Faulkner, please.
So what I'm specifically asking for is I would like conditions presented by staff, and I'm not comfortable with those conditions being thought up tonight on the fly in a hurry. I think this is something that we need to take time to think about, and conditions from staff would probably be helpful. I think from what it sounds like, for several of us, different conditions that may bring this closer to being appropriate within the application process and the part of the application that the applicant is in. Additionally, there's no evidence of any study that says that we are in a crisis. Most of the information we rely on is anecdotal. And so to give a little background to the new commissioners, I have worked for developers. A lot of the information I have about development and that I apply on the planning commissions because I have worked for many large developers. I know what is at stake here when we ask for a postponement. And so I'm not doing it glibly or without regard for the challenges that developers face. And I just think that there's more here that we can do. And out of respect to both parties, that's why I put a time certain on it, a timestamp on it. The motion could have been made with no time limits and tell them go back to the table and just figure it out. But by putting 60 days to 90 days, we give staff some breathing room and to try and dig up as much information as they can. And we're not putting an endless tabling on this because that's not fair to the developer or the community to have an endless back and forth about this. So and I'm also a lobbyist, and so I understand what it takes for both sides to try to figure out a solution and how long that can take. And I fully respect that of both parties. But in looking at what staff has on its plate and looking at what kind of decision we're being asked to make, and I think that we have to do this with thoughtfulness, and we need that some of our decision making not to be based on anecdotal information, but to be based on data, and not data provided by either of the applicant or the community, because those data points are going to be biased and have an agenda behind them. That's the nature of the process. So the city is the best place to draw the data from. That's the subject neutral position. And so that's basically where I'm coming from. I just think that there could be more information provided, and it needs to come from a source that's neutral. And did that answer your questions?
That makes sense to me. I'm so new to it, that there may be things I don't understand, but when you talk about the conditions, are you talking about the current conditions that are being requested, or do you have other conditions in mind?
Well, there's some, I think there's some wiggle room on making sure that the condition reflects that this will be a public park. Maybe the acreage could be adjusted. That would make it more palatable. The master plan and the development plan, the master plan for the swamp and the general plan have had this as a park. And so decisions have been made about developing this part of the community based on that being a park. And so to me, it's very dangerous to take a large acreage of parkland and say, now we're going to cut that in half when decisions have been made around dependent on that being a park. And that's a precedent that could be set that could affect every park in the city. And so to me, I'm not comfortable making that decision unless I have some facts and not just anecdotal conversation. I want to know, I want data. I want to know that if I'm going to make this decision, it's based on Data.
So, and my point is simply, you just listed 2 or 3 particular issues. Are we going to tell the staff the particular things we want them to investigate and bring data back on? Because if we don't, that will lead to another set of questions, could very possibly, which will lead to another set of questions, and we'll be here in 6 months. I know that's not your intention. And I think what you're asking is reasonable, but I think we owe the staff clarity on what it is we want them, which issues within the conditions we want them to address.
Well, and out of fairness to you, Commissioner, I have made a request for the specific information. And what we're asking for is, when was the last study done? How does the census impact that study? Who did the study? And how many units have we built? Let's bring those numbers together. How much of a crisis are we actually in? And we don't know that. And so what I'm asking for is a comparison of data we have now to data that we had then, that we could kind of put together that could tell us we are at this level of crisis or not.
So no, and I think that's cool, but you have submitted the questions that you want answered, and that's really what we're voting on. I would just want this to be very tangible and discrete. So the voting for this motion commits the staff. We're asking the staff to respond to the questions specifically that you have submitted.
And I can resubmit them if you would like it on the record. It's totally fine.
I'm not worried about that. I just want us to know what we're asking them to do.
Yeah, so staff knows the questions I have. They may not be able to get all of it, but I think they'll be able to get enough that I would be comfortable. And mostly it's about what is the crisis level? When was that identified? And what improvements, what progress have we made since the crisis was identified? And we have to wait for the census to come in, and that's not going to be in until the end of this month. And so when the census material comes in, then it's going to take a while for everyone to put it together, right? So it's going to take a while for this information to become. So I don't want to say, hey, let's do it in 2 weeks. Staff couldn't possibly. The budget hearings are right now, right? And they don't have a full staff, right?
Counselor, I'm Commissioner, I'm good with all of that. I just wanted to know what we're asking them to do.
Yes, and
Because
thank you.
otherwise it's a fishing expedition and it's exploitative of all sides.
Yes.
So that's really helpful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, and thank you, Commissioner,
If
because
I
it is
may-
important.
Also, I'm going to add just a little, Commissioner Smith, in the past, if we've done something, we have had a portion of time to email staff with specific questions, something that may not have come up tonight, something that you're missing, something you want an answer to. So it doesn't have to be necessarily right now, but it could be in the future, within a reasonable time, something that you may want an answer to. Commissioners Hinojosa followed by Vice Chair Clout and Commissioner Satenia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address Commissioner Smith's concerns about the delay. And while that point is well taken, I just want to remind the other 2 commissioners that have just been appointed with me that I would urge that if this has to be a vote tonight, that we recuse ourselves, because it wouldn't be fair to the process, to the community, to the parties that are stakeholders, for us to move forward with a vote. We need more information. We need to delve further and deeper into all of those documents and ask questions that may be cropping up as we review them. We've only had a week to look into this. It's not fair to the community. So we either move forward with Commissioner Faulkner's motion to add some additional very reasonable time to supplement the information and provide more information, or we have to move forward with a vote. And I would urge that you don't have 3 votes, that you shouldn't have our 3 votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hinojosa's fault. Vice Chair Clow.
Well, I just have, first I want, based on what Commissioner Hinojosa Fall stated, and I guess this is to the Assistant City Attorney, are the three commissioners that did not hear the presentation, are they allowed to vote on this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clow, Vice Chair Clow. Yes, we sent them instructions that if they reviewed the packet, watched the video from the last hearing where the public comment was heard and there were questions, and were present today to ask more questions that they might have and have concerns addressed, that they would be able to vote on the case. They would have had access to everything that the other commissioners had access to.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I just wanted to point, I don't have a problem if, I mean, I think this is an important case for both sides. And so I don't have a problem with us taking more time. We just need to keep in mind time is money, and it increases the cost of a project. Every time we take more time, it just absolutely does. I think we need to keep in mind, the reason I think that we're looking at this condition, and I think the way that the city attorney worded the condition, it's a good solid condition. I think we're, having to deal with a condition because the developer did not put in a preliminary development plan, which is normally done. And I think, I understand why it wasn't done. And that's because it's HomeWise doing it. And it is extremely expensive to do. And I think that most likely they understood that it's controversial and that it was difficult to put out that kind of money to make it a more concrete plan without knowing, if this project would go through. So I think I'm very comfortable with doing it as a condition. Throughout my 43 years of legal career, I dealt with conditions all the time. It can be it's binding, I think, if the developer agrees to the condition. We relied on that. It's a binding condition. So I don't have a problem with us proceeding that way. But Commissioner Lawrence, if you think that there's other ways that it can be done, and I don't know another way that it can be done without a development plan. And that would be, a lot of money that maybe wouldn't be worthwhile being spent at this point in time. So we have a city attorney's office. We should rely on them. I'm comfortable with what they recommended, not only because it's the city attorney's office recommending it, because based on my experience as an attorney, who's done conditions for years, binding conditions on the record, that I'm comfortable with that. I think we also really need to keep in mind, this is really an unfortunate situation in that it was county land. It was designated in the swamp when it was county land as a park. It wasn't designated by the city as a park. It was designated by the county as the park, and I think the city accepted it as designated as a park. The land is still owned by the county, and I don't think the city has any intent at this point in time to build a park. I mean, quite frankly, I sit on the CRIAC or whatever, the use of the impact fees, and there's hardly enough money to keep the current parks in the condition, in good conditions. I mean, right now, fortunately, the city has found some money to clean up the tennis courts, to fix the slide over at Reggio Park, and to do other things. But the parks are pretty dreadful. So for the city to add another park would be, I think, overextending. Because it can't keep up with the parks it has. Also, as I understand, there is a park being developed over there, Swan Park, and that's definitely being expanded. It's close to this open space. And well, it's fairly close to this open space. It's on the south side, and that park is really being expanded, and a lot of resources are going to that. So, you know, I think the issue is, do we keep this as open space? Because I don't see the city having the funds for quite some time to ever develop that as a park. Or do we, you know, address the issue of allowing there to be a smaller park, a compromise where there's a park and affordable housing? You know, I think it's fine if we get more information as to the need for affordable housing, but it's pretty obvious from everything I read and everyone I talk to, there's a big need for affordable housing, but we need to, if we need more hard information on that, that's fine. But I think it's important that we put a really concise deadline on it, that we're really clear about what we need and what we want before we can make a decision, and that we then seriously take a look at this. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clow. Commissioner Satenia, followed by Commissioner Faulkner and Commissioner Lawrence. Commissioner Satenia.
Thank you, Chair Gutierrez. I would actually like to call the vote if I have a second.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lawrence, thank you. I have a motion and a second on the call the vote. Is there any commissioners that have not spoken that would like to speak? Okay. Maker of the motion, before we do that, do you want to add a date?
I think because we're asking staff for stuff and staff has a lot on its plate, I think I'm comfortable with staying with no less than 60 days, no more than 90.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, please.
There's a call to vote in a second. We should go to an immediate roll call.
Okay. Point taken. If I can have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satenia,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to thank the commissioners for their discussion. I really appreciate the points that were made. And I did not tender this with a light heart and without regard for the seriousness that this brings for the community and to the developer. And I did a lot of soul searching on this, and this was the only solution I could think of that could bring this to a better place. And so I just thank the commission for considering it, and I really appreciate the questions and comments of all of my fellow commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Faulkner. I am going to leave you with Vice Chair Clow, and she's going to take over. Good night, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so now we are moving on to new business. I understand
Point of
from the
order.
agenda. Yes.
Vice Chair Clow,
Yes.
there still needs to be the vote. We should be moving right into the vote. A roll call into the vote. We're still in a second on the motion.
Oh, yeah.
Was that not the vote?
I thought we
It
voted.
wasn't. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, a point of order. There was a call to vote. There was a second.
Yes, Dominic's
We
right.
had-
Oh, okay, okay.
We had 2/3 to go right into a vote. The next action is to go into voting on the motion.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought we voted on the postponement. So does someone want to make a motion?
The motion's already been made. Go straight into the roll call.
Okay, okay.
Vice
go
Chair
ahead.
Clow.
Okay,
Melissa.
thank you. Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satania,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, we're moving on to new business. I guess case number 2022-4942, the Boltup Road rezoning that has been postponed until May 6, 2022. The next matter and last matter is case number 2021-4647 and 2021-3662, which is the final development plan for Zia Station and the Zia Station right-of-way vacation and dedication plat. And Lee, who's presenting on this? Is it? It's Lee. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Welcome to our new commissioners who haven't met me. My name is Lee Logston. I've been a current planner for the the Land Use Department for not quite 5 years, and I'm actually moving over, or have moved over, to economic development to work on the Midtown project. But this is one of my legacy cases that I'm seeing through, and you haven't seen the last of me. You'll see me as things start moving forward with Midtown as well. So I've made a presentation here. Whoops, let me get this off my screen. Okay, so again, this case is called Zia Flats. It's the first phase of a multi-phase development that was approved by both the Planning Commission, or recommended approval by the Planning Commission and approved by the governing body. There are two cases here tonight we're considering. 3622 is a right-of-way vacation dedication plat. And then 4647 is the final development plan for the first phase of Zia Station. Jennifer Jenkins of Jenkins Gavin is the agent for Zia Flats LLC, the owner. And again, so it's a right-of-way vacation and dedication approval and final development plan approval. Especially for the benefit of our new commissioners, some history on this case. There were 5 requests heard on February 4th and 8th of last year. It involved 2 general plan amendments for the property, from low density residential to high density for one section, on another section, low density to transitional mixed use. It involved a rezoning from R1 residential to C2 PUD. It also involved an unusual rezoning of removing the project area from the South Central Highway corridor. And then finally, the overall preliminary development plan for a mixed-use development with approximately 384 dwelling units, 84,000 square feet of office space, and 36,000 square feet of restaurant and retail. The right-of-way vacation and dedication plat and realignment of Galisteo is an integral part of the development plan that was approved by the council, and it's been part of the development plan we've been considering all along. And the Planning Commission that night did recommend approval to the governing body. So when we're talking about Zia Station, the 5 cases I was just talking about, this is the entire project area at Zia Road and St. Francis. Zia Station went on to the governing body on April 6th and 8th of last year. They considered all 5 cases and the vacation dedication plat and realignment of Galisteo. They did approve all 5 requests. At the governing body hearing, they did add a couple of conditions on the C2 PUD rezoning. They placed a prohibition on short-term rentals throughout the entire PUD. And they added several conditions to the development plan based on community input and concerns to use 500-year storm event modeling on the bank stabilization in the Arroyo, to coordinate with the city and New Mexico Gas to mitigate erosion associated with a natural gas line in the area, and that any amendment to the Affordable Housing Program agreement would come back to the governing body for their review and approval. And finally, that the New Mexico Department of Transportation should approve the Hawk Crossing design and any work in the DOT right-of-way. Furthermore, the governing body adopted Resolution 2021-39, which approved the vacation of existing portions of Galisteo right-of-way and dedication of new right-of-way contingent on the Planning Commission's approval. And through New Mexico state law and our own code, the Planning Commission does have the approval authority to approve this plat. So that's why it's coming back to you now. Oops. Sorry, going the wrong way. So we are here tonight talking about Zia Flats. So of the other map I showed you, Zia Flats is really just the upper portion of the property. This is not an exact boundary. In fact, right about here, there's a townhome development that will come later. But this is the area we're talking about now, what's north of Zia Road. I know you can't see much here, but this is the final development plan we're approving. Ms. Jenkins will have much better images. There are a number of road improvements that are part of the plat and the development plan that the applicant is conditioned to make. We can come back to that later. I just wanted to touch on it. The applicant has been working with the wastewater division and kind of going back and forth on a condition that was placed on them at preliminary and carried over into the staff report you have tonight. And they've agreed to alter condition 6 slightly. I'll let the applicant explain this a little more, but we do have some suggested language that Stan Holland of the wastewater division approved and the applicant has agreed to. The amendment to the condition just basically has to do with there's a long length of sewer line running off property, and originally the wastewater department wanted the applicant to rehabilitate the whole thing, and the applicant really feels like they should only have to do a certain section, and they did come to agreement on that. So that's why we're proposing this amendment. Sorry. In summary, staff does recommend approval of that the commission should approve the vacation and dedication plat. We also feel that the commission should approve the final development plan. The vote will go in that order because if for some reason you recommended denial on the vacation and dedication plat, it would render the development plan infeasible and impossible to build as shown. We do have motions in your staff report, and that is it. Thank you.
Does any of the commissioners have any questions of, well, first of all, I guess, I'm sorry. Ms. Jenkins, do you want to go ahead and do the applicant's presentation?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Clow. I'd be happy to proceed. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin here this evening on behalf
Ms.
of...
Jenkins, excuse me, I need to swear you in.
Sure
Do you
thing.
swear? Sure. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Jenkins. The address is 130 Grant Avenue, Suite 101.
Thank you.
Santa Fe. Thank you. So as I was saying, I'm here on behalf of Zia Flats LLC and SF Brown in request for final development plan approval for phase 1A of the Zia Station project. And if I may, I'll go ahead and share my screen and make my presentation. Thank you. I'm assuming everyone can see my screen. Great. So We are supported by a team of professionals. As I mentioned, the ownership is Zia Flats LLC and SF Brown. We are the planning consultants, civil and traffic engineering provided by Bohannon Houston, architecture provided by HEDK, landscape architecture, consensus planning, and of course, Lee is our case manager with the city. And we do have our consultants available to respond to any direct questions when we move into Q&A. So I'll move through. Lee already shared some of these. I think most everybody is familiar with where the project is located, but this is the approximately 20-acre Zia Station property that is on the north as well as the south side of Zia, just west of St. Francis. The subject of tonight's application is the property on the north side of Zia. So just zooming in a little bit, we've now rotated the imagery just for ease of zooming in. So now the right side of your screen is north, the left side of your screen is south. This is existing Galisteo Road that intersects with Zia, and here's the intersection at St. Francis. And again, the initial phase is here on the north side of Zia. And Galisteo, we're going to talk about the realignment of Galisteo, essentially starting at this point and moving further west in order to create a safer intersection with Zia. So almost exactly a year ago today, the City Council approved general plan amendments and rezones and a preliminary development plan for all of Zia Station. And so, again, this is all in your packet. Don't need to go through this, but the property is zoned C2 PUD. So it is a planned unit development, preliminary development plan. This body recommended approval of, City Council approved. So our obligation when we come in with a final development plan is our final development plan needs to align with the preliminary approval, which it does. So phase 1A, again, on the north side of Zia, is a 244 unit multifamily community on a little over 10 acres. We are, as part of the Zia Station project, there are some really critical roadway improvements that we are constructing with respect to Galisteo, Zia, and the Zia St. Francis intersection. And so as part of the preliminary approval last year requires the realignment of Galisteo. So the city of Santa Fe is going to be vacating a portion of the right-of-way. And then we, as the applicant, will be dedicating new right-of-way to the city. So the process for this is laid out very clearly in the city code. And so the Galisteo right-of-way vacation and dedication effort started back in February of 21, when this body recommended approval of the preliminary development plan, which is dependent upon this realignment of Galisteo. Then the same development plan, preliminary development plan, was approved by the governing body on April 8th. And then on June 28th, the Public Works Committee, subcommittee of the governing body, recommended approval of the realignment. And then on July 14th, last summer, the City Council approved Resolution 2020-39, which authorized the realignment of Galisteo, the vacation of that portion of right-of-way. And as per the code, it is contingent upon a final review by this body. And so we worked with staff, and it just made sense that this application on the right-of-way would be heard the same night as the preliminary development plan. So that's why they are both on the agenda together. So this is the entire Zia Station project. So this is phase 1A right here, the Zia Flats project. Phase 1B are these townhomes here that Lee mentioned. And the south side of Zia is the mixed use portion of Zia Station that includes residential as well as commercial uses. And you can see Galisteo here normally goes straight through here, and this reflects that realignment to swing the road to the west in order to create more distance from the St. Francis intersection. So zooming in, so we have our main access. So in addition to realigning Galisteo on the south side of Zia, we're actually extending a new northerly extension of Galisteo Road that terminates in a cul-de-sac to serve the phase 1 of Zia Station. So this is our access point here. So we have a right in, we have a right out, and we also have a left in. There is no left out permitted at this location. So coming in off of Galisteo, the future townhomes will be there on the left. And then we have the front entry into Zia Flats, and then the internal circulation and parking. And then there a secondary exit at the cul-de-sac. We also have an additional emergency only access at Zia Road. So this is gated. This is only for emergency vehicles. Here we have a wonderful open space dog park amenity that connects directly to the rail trail. So this is the underpass. You can see it right here in this little piece of aerial. This is the underpass that goes under St. Francis. And so, you know, having the access to the public transportation, the train, the rail trail is really what makes this project so special. And so we, and then this at the northern extent of the property is an existing Arroyo de los Chamisos. And you can see the bridge trellis here that crosses for the train, crosses over the Arroyo, as well as the pedestrian bridge that is part of the trail. And so we're really excited about, you know, the pedestrian amenities, and I'll be going into some of the roadway improvements and pedestrian improvements that we will be making as well. And I'm just going back to this. So there's a combination of 2- and 3-story buildings. So here, kind of the darker brown buildings that you see here, these are limited to 2-story. And then along the Zia frontage and along St. Francis, there are 3-story buildings. What's great about this site is we're actually quite a bit lower than St. Francis. So the buildings from St. Francis actually only read as 1.5 or 2 stories, just because of the terrain. So this site is depressed into the terrain and quite a bit below St. Francis Drive. And oh yeah, this is just kind of zooming in on the proposed improvements along the south in phase 2. So if there's any questions about this, we'll be coming forward with future final development plans for this phase of construction. So this is the actual development plan itself. And so again, we are proposing significant improvements, and I have a better slide that's going to reflect that. But what you can see here, this is existing Galisteo Road. This is where it terminates. And for any of you who have driven this, know that the proximity of this intersection to St. Francis does not meet any sort of traffic engineering standard, and it does not create a safe situation. And so that is why the realignment is proposed. And this simple realignment of just moving the road from here to here has an enormous positive impact on traffic functionality at this intersection. And so so the improvements that are being proposed, and I have another slide that we're going to go into, is we are creating a triple left turn going northbound on St. Francis. And there is, this portion of Galisteo here is also limited to a right in and right out turning movements. We are also adding a signalized pedestrian crossing at the new intersection of Galisteo and Zia, because the pedestrian connectivity and circulation, pedestrian access to the rail runner station, that is all really critical to creating as much walkability as we can. And so this is going to be the first signalized pedestrian crossing of its kind in Santa Fe. And we are really excited about it and really proud of that. So as we mentioned, we have 244 residences proposed. There's a requirement for a little over 17,000 square feet of open space. We are far exceeding that with 126,000 square feet of open space. We also have gone a bit above and beyond the minimum parking requirement. We have a combination of garage spaces, covered carport spaces, as well as traditional surface spaces. The amenities for the residents include landscape courtyards, pool, fitness center, resident lounges and gathering spaces, and of course, outdoor sky deck gathering spaces. And then that we have the dog park that is directly on the rail trail that and also creates access to the underpass and the rest of the city's trail network. So within phase 1A, so all of these roadway improvements we're talking about are all going to be constructed as part of this initial phase. So we have the improvements in Zia Road, including what is called the Hawk pedestrian crossing, the north extension of Galisteo Road, and of course the realignment of a portion of Galisteo Road south of Zia. And so this, again, these are the roadway improvements that are going to be constructed as part of this project. We have the realignment of Galisteo. We have the conversion of the current dual left turn lanes on Zia to a triple left. And which also is going to necessitate some improvements within St. Francis Drive, primarily relating to striping to accommodate that change. And we are constructing right turn lanes in Zia at our access points. And we also are doing a little bit of a lane diet in Zia. We discovered that the driving lanes are actually a little larger than they need to be, which actually encourages speeding. So all of these improvements, in addition to greatly improving functionality and creating adequate levels of service at the intersection, is also going to serve to calm traffic and reduce speeds. And then of course, the pedestrian crossing at Zia and Galisteo. So this sort of zooms in. So at the top image, these are the existing conditions. Here's the existing Galisteo. You can see the double left here, and in the proximity of Galisteo to the intersection, there's the existing sidewalks, and then you can see the rail runner station a little bit right here. So this is going to be the finished product, if you will. So we have the new triple left onto St. Francis, and then we have the through and the right turn. We have the new right turn lane moving into Galisteo for southbound traffic. We have a new right turn lane to head north on the new extension of Galisteo. And we have our left in to the north, and then we have our left in to head south on Galisteo. And then here is the pedestrian Hawk crossing. And then again, this just zooms in so you can see existing Galisteo and as it compares to the proposed realignment. And then this is the rail runner station off to the right. So this is a image of what we're proposing here for the Hawk crossing. And we worked really hard with the MPO and the city's transportation planners to design this. We had some initial concepts and where did it make the most sense? And they came back with some concepts, and then what we've ended up with, we think is going to work really, really well. So essentially how it works is these are the signal mast arms, just like it would be for a traffic signal. You can see them right here in this image. So a pedestrian comes up and they push a button that, and then when the traffic is clear and everything's functioning, because this signal is going to be connected into the St. Francis signal, which is with that signal timing, which is also connected in with the rail runner. So it's all going to be coordinated. And we've already been working with the city's traffic engineers and the DOT on organizing that. And we have a great design solution for how that's going to work. So a button is pushed when all is clear. This will turn red, and the vehicles will be forced to stop. And we created a two-stage crossing here. So pedestrian crosses, and then there's kind of a diagonal median here, which is a median refuge, which is the pedestrian walks here, they push another button, and then they're able to cross here. So it works quite well. And again, because of the width of Zia, a two-stage crossing, it felt a lot safer in order to have the central pedestrian refuge. So what about affordable housing? So our affordable housing program that was presented as part of the rezone and the preliminary development plan approval, it has not changed. We are doing a hybrid, somewhat of a hybrid option based upon what is permitted by the city's affordable housing ordinance. We are providing 10% set aside units. So there will be 24 affordable units constructed as part of the project and provided based upon HUD fair market rents. And there will also be a 5% fee in lieu of just under $150,000 that will be paid into the city's affordable housing trust fund. And a key thing that we would like to point out here, the city's ordinance actually requires, if you're providing what they call set aside units as part of a project, your maximum rents are based upon what would be affordable to someone at 80% of the area median income as established by HUD. Well, the problem with that is these level of rents would not make these units accessible to federal voucher holders, people that have rental assistance vouchers. In order for units to be available for voucher holders, those rents can exceed fair market rents as established by HUD. So it's a different metric. And so our agreement with the city is we're going significantly above and beyond what the pricing limitations would be for these set aside units. And you can see the comparison here. Typically, these would be the affordable pricing for those units, but the fair market rents are here. So this is what we've agreed to in terms of how these units will be priced. And you can see the delta here in terms of the additional subsidy and discount for these units. So lastly, there are some conditions of approval within the staff report. We are in agreement to all of them except one. And this is the condition that Lee mentioned, that there wasn't some amended language that came from the wastewater division. And we do appreciate that amendment and what it sought to achieve, but we are concerned about the condition, period. And so we are now at the extreme north end of the site here. So you can see Galisteo Road, you can see the cul-de-sac. This is the arroyo that runs through the north end of the property. The dog park is kind of off the page over here, and St. Francis is off the page, you know, to the bottom of the screen. So there's an existing sewer line on the property, and it comes basically from St. Francis, and there's an existing manhole. So this orange right here is an existing manhole. The line runs here out to the arroyo. There's another existing manhole, and then it heads off to the west, essentially aligned with the arroyo. So we obviously have an obligation to connect to the city's sewer system. So when we submitted the plans for review, the wastewater division expressed concern about a couple of things that we addressed. They asked us to make sure we didn't have any manholes that would be within a parking space, because if the city came out, they needed to maintain something, they needed access, there's a car parked there, that creates a problem. So we are putting in a brand new manhole right here between the two existing manholes. And this is going to be the point where this project connects to the existing sewer line. And originally this manhole was over here. It was in a parking place. We moved it, not a problem. Concern was also expressed about the width of the existing sewer easement. We were asked to widen that out to 25 feet, which we agreed to do. So the orange lines here show the width, the new width of the widened sewer, granting additional sewer easement to the city to support ease of access for maintenance. The location of this manhole relative to the building is not encroaching into the sewer easement. Obviously, it would not be allowed to do that, but there was still concern expressed. Oh, pardon me, I didn't mean to do that. There was still concern expressed regarding the ability to access that manhole and how would that relate to the adjacent foundation and footings of the building itself. We got our structural engineers on it, and we were able to redesign the footings in that area to deepen them. So there would be no issue, even if that manhole had to be replaced, there would be no issue with compromising the building or having any elements of the building's construction in the way of that work. So we made adjustments in order to accommodate the city's concerns about future access for maintenance. And yet we still have a condition of approval that between these two manholes, they want this segment of line either rehabilitated, relined, or replaced. And candidly, this is a City of Santa Fe public sewer line. City of Santa Fe has the obligations for maintenance. Now, if there were capacity issues, if there was a situation where we wanted to connect to a sewer line, and let's say it was only a 6-inch sewer line, but based upon the wastewater flows from our project, 6-inch was inadequate, then we would be required at our expense to upgrade that sewer line, replace it, and enlarge it to, say, an 8-inch or a 10-inch sewer line. So when we're talking about capacity issues in terms of any public infrastructure that we connect to, whether it's a road, whether it's a water line, sewer line, every developer in the world knows that if there's got to be adequate capacity, or you're going to have to pay for those upgrades. But what is not typical is to ask a developer to foot the bill for a city maintenance obligation. And it's inappropriate, frankly. So we would ask that that condition be stricken. The city of Santa Fe, the wastewater division, has an obligation to maintain their infrastructure. It is not our job. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions. And with that, it completes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Do any of the commissioners have questions of either staff or Ms. Jenkins that would clarification questions, not comments or opinions, but any questions that would be helpful in terms of clarifying what the issues are? Okay, and hands went up so quickly, I don't know who went first, but Commissioner Centenia.
Yeah, my question is for staff. Mr. Lawson, how attached are you to condition number 6?
Commissioner, members of the commission, I'm fine with it. I don't have a huge opinion. I just know that the amended language was amenable to the applicant and our wastewater department. So if you mean, should we throw out condition 6 altogether? No, I don't think that's the course of action. I think the course of action is to go with the amended language that I had in my my presentation. I can bring that back up, but that is something that both wastewater and the applicant have agreed to.
Great, that answers my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about that condition as well. Ms. Jenkins, it's unclear to me actually which condition you're referring to that is requiring maintenance that you are objecting to. Can you make that clear to me, please? You're on mute.
My apologies. I don't have the staff report right in front of me, but maybe Lee could share that. So I don't have the exact wording at my fingertips, but one thing I would like to make very clear, if I may, Vice Chair Clow and Commissioner Lawrence, is the amended condition was an improvement from what was originally proposed by the wastewater division. There's no question, but at no time were we in agreement. Like I said, we appreciated the amendment, and we worked with the wastewater division to try to get the commission for them to change their position. They did not change the position, but they did modify the condition. So we said, okay. But at no time were we in agreement.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins, Lee, it was just up. Can you put it up again so that we can look at it? I'm only asking, Ms. Jenkins, because you referred to the maintenance obligation. And as I'm reading that's not clear to me.
Yeah, it's not a long-term maintenance obligation, but the work that we're being asked to do is maintenance. It is not, increasing capacity in order to support this project. This is something that is regular maintenance in terms of either rehabbing older lines or relining them, or if you identify a line that it's felt like needs to be replaced, that those are maintenance obligations for the city. This is nothing about long-term maintenance, but it would be a not insignificant expense to this project.
So where I'm reading condition 6, I'm not sure I have the most current version or not, but I believe it says the existing public sewer lines and manholes shall be replaced and relocated. Your objection is to the next sentence. Alternatively, they shall be rehabilitated utilizing trenchless technology or be excavated and replaced.
Correct.
That sentence is where your objection
That is correct.
Thank you. That clarifies the concern. I have no further questions at this time.
Commissioner Bava.
So it's interesting that in phase 1A, I guess these are dog-friendly apartments. You've got a dog park, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, my question actually is, when looking at your site plan, I'm trying to figure out how, as one of the 244 plus occupants of those apartments and my dog are going to get to that dog park from phase 1A. There's an arroyo, there's a trestle. Do I need to walk out and around to the rail trail to do it? How do you do
Let
that?
me, if I may, I would share my screen. I'd be happy to pull that up. So let me just go to the best image here. Okay, so there's a couple of different ways. The formal way, yes, would be just right here at the intersection. We are building a brand new, beautiful 6-foot sidewalk on Zia. So we're really going to be improving the pedestrian experience along Zia significantly. And you come down to the rail trail at Zia and St. Francis, and then you get over to the dog park. Alternatively, if you are able-bodied, and a lot of people, the arroyos, there's a lot of people in our community who love to walk their dogs in the arroyos. That's where they like to do their own hiking and walking. It is not that difficult to from the arroyo to go underneath here, underneath the existing trellis, and kind of scamper up, and there you are right on the rail trail. So this is not an accessible route, but it is something that I would anticipate is going to, get some use. But the formal path would be this way to the park.
Well, thank you, Ms. Jenkins. I didn't mean to hound you about that.
It's okay. It's a good question. No, fair enough.
Commissioner Hienos Fall.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Let me just say for everyone, it's Hinojos. It's a very common
Hinojos.
name in this area.
Yes.
Don't pronounce the H. And then the Fall, it's a hyphenated name because the Fall is my husband's last name. But thank you. It's just Hinojos. I have several questions, please. Okay. Let's start with the objection by the developer for the number 6 request. You stated, ma'am, that it would be significant cost to the developer. Do you have a projection as to what that cost is?
Thank you, Commissioner Hinojos Fall. It's nice to meet you. So yes, we did get some cost estimates, and the current figure is around $65,000.
55.
65.
65. And you say that's a significant cost to a developer of this project, 65,000?
Yes.
All right.
Especially considering what has been happening with construction costs over the last couple of years. Costs have gone up dramatically. And so yes, for this project, $65,000 makes a difference, especially for an obligation that should not be ours.
Okay, you've not convinced me that 65,000 is a significant cost. If you have any additional information that I can consider, otherwise I'll just accept your representation. Second, is there in fact a traffic light at Zia and the restructured Galisteo crossing? In other words, how does anyone get to drive from Galisteo across Zia and to the other side? Is there a traffic light?
The only signal that is there is a pedestrian signal. So there is no traffic signal for vehicles. So there is no straight across movement. If you were on the south side of Galisteo, you would not be able to drive across Zia onto the north extent of Galisteo.
Okay. I just anecdotal information here because I drive that corridor quite often. It's a very high traffic area with, I don't know, an accident every week at that intersection of Zia and St. Francis. And now you're also proposing to increase the density of traffic, no traffic light, and presumably some of these folks that are whizzing by there are going to respect those signal lights to allow pedestrians to cross. Has anybody done a traffic study in that area?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
well.
Vice Chair Clow and Commissioner Hinojosa, yes, right. The project was thoroughly analyzed there actually over the years have been multiple traffic studies, but most recently traffic study was conducted last year and has been reviewed and approved by the City of Santa Fe and the Department of Transportation. And with the proposed roadway improvements that are part of the project, we actually are improving the functionality of the intersection at Zia and St. Francis dramatically.
In which way?
In terms of the levels of service. So so when we talk about a traffic study, it's all about how intersections function. That is the basis. And how we determine how intersections function is called a level of service. And it's like a grading system, A, B, C, D, E, F. Under the current scenario that we have today, there are turning movements that fail. They are a level of service F. With our new improvements, we have no failures, none. They go away. So with the roadway improvements, even with the additional proposed traffic from the project, we have absolutely adequate levels of service at all intersections analyzed. We would not be here if we didn't.
Well, I understand that the studies have been conducted, and I understand that that's the position. I'm speaking from a user perspective. It doesn't work now, and I've yet to hear any specific, if you could point to a specific improvement that you are alleging. You're saying the 3-lane left turn is an improvement that's going to prevent speeders, traffic accidents, and accommodate additional.
And if I may, if I can maybe take a pause, I just need to put my hands on another piece of data. I just don't have it at my fingerprints. Fingertips. Is that what I'm trying to say? Fingertips. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right. I apologize for holding everyone up, but I do have a lot of questions.
It's better to jump in the pool than put your toe in, Commissioner.
Yeah, well, I'm supposed to be
I've
doing
been there.
this for the citizens of our city, so it wouldn't do for me to just sit there and not ask the hard questions.
Vice Chair Cloud, could I just add something real quick, please?
Sure, go ahead.
I just, first off, I want to apologize on 2 fronts. I did apparently mischaracterize I thought there was agreement between wastewater and the applicant on the amended language. So I apologize for mischaracterizing that. That kind of occurred when Jennifer was out of the country and I was working with another staff member and I apparently just kind of blew that. And then I also want to apologize that I shared the wrong screen at one point.
That's
but while
fine.
Jennifer,
I think we're going to need more, at least I do need more clarification on this condition number 6, because Ms. Jenkins is adamant that it's not the developer's responsibility yet it's here. So I think we need, and I don't know, so I'm confused. So I think we definitely need more clarification on that issue.
We do have staff from wastewater here who
Okay.
can add to that conversation.
So we can go there after after we're done with this line of questioning. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you for your indulgence. If I may, Commissioner Hinojosa, I'd like to share my screen, and I have some data that I think would be helpful.
Thank you.
So the biggest issue at Zia, and if you drive this roadway, you are familiar with this, is the queue, the line of cars queuing up eastbound heading towards St. Francis. So also when we do traffic studies, analyze intersections, we look at the peak hours. The AM peak could also be characterized as the AM rush hour, and then the PM rush hour. So the queue is the big issue, because you can get in that line and you might have to, at the busy times, you might have to wait for 2 cycles of the signal before you can make your left turn onto St. Francis. So under the existing conditions in the AM peak, the queue is 2,600 feet long at its maximum. After the roadway improvements are constructed and after this project is 100% occupied and those residents' cars are on the road, the queue is reduced to 235 feet. It's a 91% reduction in the queue. In the PM, obviously, that's not as busy a time in terms of eastbound traffic. The queue is 550 feet, and it reduces to 191 feet, which is a 65% reduction.
What causes the reduction?
What causes the reduction is primarily the triple left. And we also, because we've realigned Galisteo further west, we get much more storage of cars, because not only do we have an extra turn lane, but we now have much longer turn lanes. So we're able to move dramatically more cars through that intersection at each cycle of the signal. So it's a combination of factors.
Okay, I'll move on from this subject, but what in fact is occurring and has always occurred in the last 10 years that I've lived here is that all of the traffic wants to take the farthest left turn lane and use that. The rest of the traffic does not want to use the next over lane. And therefore, everything becomes backed up because you've got people that want to only use the far left lane and preventing the people that want to use the next lane over to then turn left. So I'm failing to understand how 3 lanes are going to fix this problem. I know it's a mental problem by the drivers, but in fact, that's what occurs.
And
So
and Lee, I'm sure, do we have Audra or Leroy here? I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. There are definitely people here who are more expert at this.
I think we should probably move on, because I think there's going to be a lot of or a lot of comments by the participants. But I think a good example is Cerrillos Road, Cerrillos and St. Michael's. For years, it took for them to get that working, but there's 3 left-hand turns there. And that has really made a gigantic difference in terms of being able to get through that intersection. So you might, Commissioner, you might want to take a look at that and see how that one works, because it's been good.
Thank you, Madam.
Someone who's taken that way every morning during rush hour to take my dog to doggy daycare for 10 years. I experienced that, and it was a great improvement when they did the 3 left-hand turn lanes. Do you have more questions, Commissioner Hinojosa?
Yes. What is the architectural facade of this development? What does it look like? Is it consistent with the Santa Fe brand?
Yes, we basically have a kind of a modified territorial style, and I can pull that information up. Give me just 1 second. I just want to get to the right slide. Oh, I think I went too far. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So this is the 2-story building. So this is a, fairly traditional territorial style with the brick coping and using metal standing seam shed roofs over the balconies on the upper levels. And then this is the 3-story building. So we have the white details around the windows, the brick coping, and incorporating the standing seam metal shed roofs.
What is brick coping?
The brick at the top along the parapet.
On the roof part?
On the roof line, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you for your answers, ma'am. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Lee, can staff address the issue of condition number 6 now, or do we want to wait until after public comment?
I leave it up to the chair and the commission.
I think it might be worthwhile to address it now so we
Sure,
have that
I would
issue
ask,
more clarified.
sure, I would ask that we bring in Stan Holland, or at least give him the ability to speak. He's here from the wastewater division. All right, Mr. Holland is in the room. And I might, we can, yeah. Vice Chair, I might suggest that you ask him your questions directly now, and I can certainly speak to the language of the condition and put it back up on the screen and so forth. But Stan can explain the situation.
Yes. Mr. Holland, an issue's been raised about condition number 6, which is the public utilities wastewater requirement that the existing public sewer lines and manholes would be replaced and relocated, or alternatively, they shall be rehabilitated utilizing trenchless technology or being excavated and replaced. It's the applicant's position that that is maintenance and really a city obligation. So the question is, can you clarify that for us? Why is there that requirement? Is it something that is a city obligation? Or is it appropriate to have the applicant, the developer, address that issue and pay the cost of it?
So can people hear me right now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So again, my name's Stan Holland. I'm an engineer with the wastewater division. Been with the city for 20 years. When we take a look at the sewer system, sewer lines, there's really kind of 3 things we take a look at. One is Jennifer mentioned, is the capacity of the line. Another important factor is the condition of the line. In this particular case, we have a concrete line that in that area, I believe it's a 12-inch sewer line. We consider that a trunk line. There's a lot of flow that goes through it. Capacity is not an issue right now, but the line out there is concrete, and the concrete is already starting to corrode and fall apart from the hydrogens and sulfides gas. That's something that's typical of concrete lines throughout the city. So it's not a question of if it's going to eventually need to be replaced or rehabilitated. It's just a question of when. And then the other thing we take a look at is, so we say the environment that the sewer line goes through. And right now, the line is in open country, a lot easier to get to and work on. But when the line goes through in a development like this, and the alignment of it going through the parking lot, and knowing that the line is 13 feet deep and what it would take to dig it up and the inconvenience it would cause, and knowing that we're going to be held to very high standards to repair it and put it all back together. With looking at that, and a precedent that we have set before with people, if the line's in bad shape or there's conditions out there, we try to work out an alternative to take care of it. So, but those were the basic reasons we looked at this. We did ask about getting more line taken care of. We dealt with the engineer, Glenn Broughton, and we talked about the method we thought would be best at this particular point. We gave them two options: that they could dig it up and replace it, and then they also have what they call trenchless technology, where you can repair the line in place, but you still end up having, it's still got to be able to get into the manholes and run your lines through there. So it was our decision, our belief that the best time to get this line replaced, because it was going to need it, was now. And we still have a part that's in there that we'd have to deal with later ourselves, but that was part of our compromise. So that's
And
kind of it
can
in a
you
nutshell.
address-
I stand for questions.
Can you address why it's appropriate for the developer to incur those costs? Is that typical, traditional precedent for that?
Well, there is some, I think, it does come up. Yeah, we've had cases where people have, typically if it's within the city streets and right of way and so forth, we take that on because it's city right of way. But when we go through private property, or the line goes through private property, that's a different issue. And especially, I think in this case, again, it's not that we couldn't do it, but I mean, the cost goes up. And again, I've had to deal with this when you're going through apartment complexes, shopping centers, things like that, where your sewer line's in there, and the location of it. Yeah, it can be done, but I know we're going to encounter a lot of resistance, a lot of anger. It's going to be hard to get traffic through there. We're cutting off the parking lot. I said, so from my perspective and the city's interest, I say, this is the time this line needs to be taken care of.
And it's the position of the city that because it's a private line, the developer should address this issue while they're constructing the project. Is that the point that the city's making?
Yeah. Again, the location's changed. Yeah, you broke up a little bit on me there, but again, our position is that it's where the sewer line is right now and where it's going to be. I mean, nobody could foresee that far back what was going to happen with this property here. But again, I think to ensure that the benefit, to protect their own project down the road, this is, a small investment to make as to what I think they're going to have to experience if we have to come in there and do this later. And again, it's the condition of that line, so we know we're going to have a problem with it. And I wish if we were in a position to reline that thing at this particular moment, we're not. So we do rehabilitation projects, but we don't have one of those scheduled for at least another couple of years out.
Do any of the other commissioners have questions on this issue? And Commissioner Inejos Fall, your hand is up. Do you have another question, or is it?
No, I'm sorry. I'll lower my hand.
That's okay.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Pava, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm wondering if there is any potential for a compromise on condition number 6, where both sides agree to divide up the costs. It would seem to be of mutual benefit. And in fact, I would say, in my experience, other public infrastructure often because it's triggered by development, sidewalks, streets, infrastructure. When you look at impact fees and whatnot, this is perfectly feasible to be, if there's an amenable agreement. I'm wondering if it's possible between the city, Mr. Holland can speak for the city, and between the applicant, Ms. Jenkins, can happen, maybe come to agreement over $65,000, more or less, in context of the entire project costs here and the future costs averted because of what Mr. Holland is describing. Maybe there's a mutual benefit to get your heads together and come up with a splitting or dividing up the costs in a satisfactory way, so we can move forward considering this at all. Otherwise, this is kind of a showstopper, in my opinion.
Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Clow. So we do want to move on from this. And, you know, I have the utmost respect for Stan. I think I've probably known him longer than anybody. And sometimes Stan and I go head to head on stuff, and it's respectful. And, I do think one thing that it is at the wastewater division's disposal are the utility expansion charges. I mean, we're going to be paying, you know, like $125,000 to the city for the privilege of connecting to the sewer system. So I don't know, Stan, if there'd be an opportunity to get a little credit towards our UECs.
Well, I'd have to bring that up to my director. My recommendations, you know, I wouldn't have asked for it in the first place if I didn't think I was representing the city's best interest.
Sure.
And, you know, so forth here. So I mean, we have different viewpoints, you know, and again, I know what it's like to go back through, you know, apartment complexes and so forth. You know how I feel about those. It's, you know, when it's tough to get access to your sewer lines. You know, I think this is something that needs to be taken care of immediately. You know.
So I would, you know, like to offer, if I may, Vice Chair Clow, is that I would think it would be helpful if Lee could maybe just reiterate the amended condition into the record. And I have it in front of me now, so I'd be happy to read it. And maybe with an added caveat that the wastewater division will explore the possibility, and we can work with the applicant to determine if we can achieve some credits of our UECs to offset the cost burden.
Well, can I ask you a question, Jennifer?
Sure, Stan.
I guess if anything was going to be done, the question would be, is in both of our interests, was the line needs to be done now, because after the fact is going to be too late.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, you know, and I can't speak for my department as far as their finances with budget, and we're pretty much at the end right now. But you know, personally, I will, you know, I can report it, and we can see. But you know, as I say, I personally don't believe that it's something the wastewater division should be doing.
No, I understand. So we have, you know, the amended condition. May I read it into the record, Vice Chair? Would that be appropriate? Oh, I think you're muted, Vice Chair Clow.
Can you hear me now? I need, hold on, I need to get off my computer. Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. Okay, so can you hear me now? Sorry, Mike. Okay, so can you hear me now? Okay, sorry, my computer microphone quit working, so now I'm on my iPad. So I think go ahead and I think let's read condition number 6 into the record so that it's clear. And then I think we can move on with the participants and then try to figure out what to do with this while we're at the end of the participant presentations.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the amended condition number 6 reads, the existing public sewer line shall be rehabilitated using trenchless technology or be excavated and replaced from the manhole, city manhole number ZR853, immediately adjacent to building number 5, downstream to the existing manhole number ZR841, north of the developed site. And for consideration, would like to add that the wastewater division would agree to explore the possibility of some cost sharing through some UEC fee credits or waivers, whichever it may be.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll move on to the public portion of the hearing.
Okay.
So Dan, you.
Just a minute. A point of order on the language that was just recited into the record. The condition number 6 is an amendment, and the follow-up language should be in the record as a request by the developer that the city consider their request. The way it was read into the record, it appeared that it was part of the amendment, and it's not. So
I was under the understanding that the that staff and the developer, the applicant, had agreed to that language. Lee, is that correct?
No, I'm very sorry for that. I was mistaken on that. As I said, when that issue came up, Jennifer was out of town. I was dealing with one of her other staff members, and I just got it wrong in my head that they had agreed to it. So I mischaracterized that.
But the condition number 6, as reread, not with the cost sharing issue, but the condition number 6, where the language is changed, is that staff language, or is it just the applicant's language?
That's staff language.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Lee. I was
going to say, this happened months ago because this case, as so many, kind of keeps getting delayed. I thought it was language that I would have to check my email. If I may, Vice Chair Clow. So yes, the amended condition that was just read into the record and that Lee had up on the screen was the modified condition that my civil engineer worked out with Stan as the modification. So basically it kind of, reduced the scope to some degree of the line replacement, which again, we appreciated. So Stan, Stan moved a little bit. And so we're in agreement. I am telling you now, we're in agreement with that condition that was just read into the record, with an additional request that we would like the opportunity to explore the possibility of UEC credits or waivers with wastewater division following the hearing.
I understand that, but my question is, has staff agreed? Has staff agreed to that rewording of condition number 6, which did, limit the extent of the project.
Yeah, Stan can speak to that.
Yeah, can I be heard? I'm heard now? I can't tell.
Yes, you can be heard.
Well, if we're gonna, the original requirement we were requesting for, there was an additional segment of sewer line that comes across from underneath the railroad track and goes into the site. So there's a portion of sewer line that's inside the site that we weren't going to deal with on this. It was part of the compromise. If we're going to have to compromise, then I want to get the whole thing done. The manholes that were listed specifically in the one that you just saw there, that was the compromise we made. If the city is going to have to put funds toward this, I'm going to say we want to get, there's a segment of line that we were not getting. It's on the periphery of the property, but it would be in our interest again, and I think the developer's interest, that we get those taken care of now. So there is a segment of line there. If we're going to have to, if we're renegotiating, I'd say, well, then let's get the whole ball of wax.
Okay, so if I understand it, what the city's position is that if the applicant is willing to assume the cost, then the city will accept the new language, which limits the amount of line that needs to be replaced. But if the applicant is taking the position that they want some cost sharing through some waivers, then the city's position is that the whole line should be addressed.
There's going to be an additional line that we're going to need. There'll be an additional part of this line that we're going to want to have to go into together as a team, because that's where we started off in the first negotiations.
Okay, so if the way I phrased it, is that correct? That the city is in agreement with the new language if the applicant covers the cost and does not ask for cost sharing through waivers.
And we're in agreement with that, Vice Chair.
You're in agreement with that.
Yeah, let's just keep it simple. You know, we're not intending to overcomplicate things. So let's keep it simple. We have an amended condition that we worked out with Stan, and I think we can just move forward that. And if there's an opportunity to get creative and do some sort of, joint venture with the city on some additional work, we can deal with that offline.
So Lee, are you okay with that?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Okay. So let's move on now to the public portion of the meeting.
Vice Chair Clow?
Yes.
There was an arrangement between Aku Oppenheimer and the chair regarding a 30-minute presentation. Mr. Oppenheimer did submit 16 names in the event the chair would like to give a minute or 2 minutes, but he did agree to 30 minutes, and I don't know if you would like him to go first, and if you're willing to give him the 30 minutes originally.
Yes, I understand that I have a list here of 16 people who gave up their 2 minutes to allow one person, Ed Oppenheimer, to do a 30-minute presentation, which will definitely allow. I think it's more helpful to have a longer presentation.
And would you like me to the 2 minutes and 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
But you got to get rid of the echo.
I know, and I don't know why it's doing that. I have problems here. But go ahead and begin. I'm going to fool around with this computer. I'm going to go back on my computer and try to get off of this.
Mr. Oppenheimer, please. State your name and be sworn in. And give your address when you start. We'll start the 30 minutes.
I have unmuted myself.
Dan, I'm going to have a difficult time with the recording.
If I can offer,
I have muted everybody except Mr.
Okay, I will go ahead and swear him in then.
Okay, I will go ahead and swear him in then.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury
Do you
that the
swear under the
testimony
penalty
you're
of
about to
perjury
give
that the
is
testimony
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Aku Oppenheimer. Ed Aku Oppenheimer. I'm the president of the Candlelight Neighborhood Association. And I'm representing a large number of people in the Candlelight neighborhood.
Vice Chair, Cloud, can we have Stan Holland mute himself?
Try it again.
Do you want me to speak?
Yes, that's much better. I think we found the feedback.
Oh, thank you. I hope my time has not begun yet. I'm used to having very little time in these meetings. And may I share my screen at some point, because I'd like my 30 minutes to start with the sharing of my screen.
Yes, Melissa, are you good with his swearing in?
Yes, I am. I picked it up. Thank you.
Go ahead and share your screen and I'll start your time.
Thank you, Mr. Esquivel. Again, I've introduced myself and I thank you all for the opportunity to do this. I especially thank the Planning Commission and the Planning Office staff for giving us the chance to do this properly, so there's a coherent statement. What is Candlelight Neighborhood asking for tonight, now that you, and by that I just mean the Planning Commission, obviously we have new commissioners, have given the developer everything he wanted? In fact, I asked Noah Burke long ago when we met with the planning office privately, was there anything else they could have asked for that they didn't? And he said, well, frankly, no. We're asking you to do what you can do still at this point to make the best of a bad situation. Tonight, we'll show you what that situation is and what you can do about it. You have the power to do something about it. We're going to ask for these conditions of approval for Zia Flats. The first condition is, before you approve, require a better traffic analysis prior to constructing the Zia Flats final development portion. Second condition, before you approve, require the developers to build the promised traffic control infrastructure prior to constructing the apartments and the parking lots. Third condition, before you approve, require a firm timeline for all stages of Zia Station. And if that's not possible, because this is only for Zia Flats tonight, at least give us phase 1A and phase 1B, some kind of timeline, because the developer said this could go on for 10 years. The fourth condition, require the developer to deliver the appearance that was promised under oath to sell the project. We will show you tonight why the developer's traffic study is inadequate, and hence the first condition. We will show you the second condition, that you need to require the traffic control to be built first, because both the Planning Commission and the governing body did not put the traffic infrastructure changes into the Zia Station ordinances. Therefore, they are not enforceable. You must set this in condition to make it enforceable. If the modifications are inadequate, as we will show they will be, or almost certain to be, it will be much easier and less expensive to replan and rebuild the traffic infrastructure before the apartment complexes and commercial spaces that might prevent this, especially now that such structures no longer need setbacks specified by the South Central Highway Protection Corridor. There could be refilings and this whole project could change along the way. So definitely we need a timeline as already stated, and we will show you finally for the fourth condition what was promised in terms of appearance under oath to convince you to approve the Zia station. And we'll show you how that has been abandoned in the Zia Flats plan. First condition of approval, please require a new traffic analysis first with a more realistic scope. Before we look at this in more detail, let me take you down to the intersection that we're talking about nearby. That is Candlelight and Candlelight Neighborhoods, part of Zia Road. And let's take a look at a typical morning. I did nothing to pick this morning. I just got up one morning, went down and started filming Wednesday, March 8th, 7:55, typical traffic. These traffic light way down here at the end is St. Francis Drive. I'm standing just beyond where East Candelero comes in to Zia, and the new, redesigned Galisteo Street would be right about here, as you see from my cursor when this is completed. So this is the typical traffic, and it's backed up not only to Candelero, but Candelero Park, and it's past East Candelero there, and Bella and Briante, and it's heading down for Ardor, and it's getting close to those 2,600 feet that were talked about as the typical backup. This, right where this vehicle is going in right now, is exactly where there will be the first opportunity for a U-turn. In other words, this intersection right here, where that car is going in from Candelero Street, is where there will be the first opportunity for a U-turn. So everybody that is leaving Zia Flats will the 3/4 or more of them that want to go east and north and south on St. Francis will have to make their first turn here. So the chances of ever getting into the morning traffic or the late afternoon traffic from Candelero will disappear with this project, in our opinion. Now, I'm going to walk up, and I'm not going to put you through the whole thing, but it took me 4.5 minutes to walk up there, more than 2 cycles of a light, as Jennifer Jenkins thought it might take. It was more like 3.5 cycles. And this is what I find after 3.5 or so cycles of the stoplight, stop and go. Same distance, past Candelero Park, past Candelero Road, past Bella, past Briante, and now more cars coming in to take it toward Ardor and on down to the blind curves on Zia Road. So at this point, the point of this is that the intersection badly needs change right now. We do not know how much change, and we'll show you more about that in a minute. But it certainly needs the changes that are being called for in the traffic plan at the minimum. So why should you require a new traffic study before Zia Flats is built? Because the scope of the traffic study is inadequate, and we'll show you that. Because the traffic study is based on theoretical standardized data, because data were not available for New Mexico. The traffic study is based in part on measurements made while COVID restrictions were in effect, including restrictions at the 6 schools in our immediate area. The traffic study does not take into account the hawk signal and its effect, which was only added after much discussion about how this could not possibly be pedestrian friendly without some way to cross Zia Road. And so it was added at the last minute after the traffic study was completed. And the traffic study does not take into account development nearby that has occurred even since the study. And there's, of course, much more to come in the areas and south, St. Francis Drive area toward the I-25 intersection. It does not include future development. It's obsolete because it fails to even account for the hundreds of new apartments that have since come online from Olympus Rodeo and Altitude at Vizcaya. Let's look at each of these reasons for a new study individually. The first reason is that the scope of the study is almost absurd. This outline in orange shows the area of the intersections that were selected by the developer for Bohannon Houston for the traffic study. This fails to include Zia Vista Apartments right here. It fails to include Votech Road, which is the main south feeder for Votech students and Santa Fe High students. It fails to include the General Services Administration area, and increasingly frustrated by the traffic light at Zia, motorists proceed to go through this area to try to get up to Siringo and bypass the blocked intersection. It doesn't take into account directly, it does not take into account Camino Lumbre, it does not take Camino Capitan, it does not take into account Galisteo Court, and it doesn't take into account Verde Redondo down here on Rodeo, right next to the newly trafficked intersection. It does take into account Galisteo and Rodeo, but unbelievably, it doesn't take into account Sawmill and Rodeo, which has already changed dramatically from the new traffic from Olympus Rodeo, right where my cursor is, and Altitude at Vizcaya here, plus other development that has been continuing to the southwest that you already know about. It also ignores the issue of traffic trying to get from St. Francis Drive to Pacheco so they can go to the post office, Smith's, and all the other highly trafficked businesses in that area. Routinely now, the traffic that is northbound on St. Francis, trying to make a left turn onto Pacheco and get onto Siringo and get to Pacheco to go to these businesses, backs up into the leftmost northbound lane of St. Francis and causes dangerous conditions. The traffic light doesn't allow enough people to make the left turns to get out of the way of other motorists on St. Francis Drive. So the scope is almost absurd and really needs to be properly done, properly chosen. Second reason, the data. From page 40 in your packet, New Mexico does not currently have any calibrated parameters. Therefore, the calibrated default parameters from the Highway Safety Manual were used. These values were derived using data from multiple states, including Washington and California. You're looking at something that was done with theoretical data. We'd like something done with New Mexican data. In fact, Santa Fe data. Third reason, post-COVID increase is not considered. Pardon me. The developer's traffic study ignores the traffic increases from the post-COVID return to normal activities that we've all seen the effects of as we drive around on the cities and streets of Santa Fe. And as I said, we have 6 schools in the area that are coming back to full activity, and it ignores them all. It ignores Chaparral, Santa Fe High, St. Michael's High, Desert Academy, Little Earth School, and the Santa Fe Girls School on the corner of Zia and Butolph. So this is 6 schools in our immediate area. Almost all of them, but one, are on this map. Well, not quite St. Michael's High, but so all but 2 are on this map. The fourth reason is the hot crossing. As I already said, it's right at the hot spot. You saw how crazy it is for a pedestrian to try to negotiate heavy traffic with this 2-stage crossing. And there is a similar one already down at Rodeo and Galisteo. Miss Jenkins notwithstanding. And you cannot trust motorists to stop as a pedestrian. I guarantee you I've tried it many times because I am a frequent pedestrian. So it's in the area of the densest area of U-turn attempts that will take place with this new right turn only, find a chance to U-turn when you have a chance down to the west on Zia. That whole system was going to create havoc around the Galisteo, Zia, Hawk Crossing combination hotspot. The fifth reason is the traffic from the new developments are not even considered in the traffic study, as I said. And if you ignore that even, The New Mexico Department of Transportation did a study in 2019. They counted traffic between Votech Road, the area I showed you on Zia, and Galisteo Road, 17,100 cars. According to the traffic analysis in your packet, Zia Station will generate 7,900 additional vehicle trips. That means Zia Station alone will increase daily vehicle trips in the area 46% if there were no other development, which there has been and will continue to be. This is rapidly increasing traffic that the traffic study cannot keep up with. The second condition of approval, so that's why we would like a traffic study with a proper scope. The second condition of approval, do the traffic modifications first. I'll be talking about density a lot because that's what creates so much of a need for doing it first. Once we have all this dense construction and additional dense traffic, it's going to be too late to make the proper changes. And you have to do this now, in our opinion, because no one in the city government, talk about good governance, made them enforceable, did not make the promised infrastructure changes enforceable if the developer chooses for whatever reason to back out or modify them. How dense then, we need to look, if density is so important, how dense will Zia Flats really be? To get that understanding of that, let's see what it might do to affect traffic in the Zia Road and St. Francis intersection. First, let's look at the density itself. The preliminary plan for Zia Station proposed, as you heard already tonight again, 384 units for 22.7 acres of land. Now, keep in mind, this is all of Zia Station.
North and south.
That's north and south. But Zia Flats, as we'll show you, is going to be a lot more dense than the overall density of residential units. We can get a comparison of what that looks like. In Turquesa Apartments, just south of Santa Fe Place Mall, under construction now, and exactly the same density as Zia Station, 16.9 residences per acre. What does that look like? Well, first of all, let's get a sense of what it looks like. It looks like this from the south side of Santa Fe Place. This is the same density as the preliminary plan of Zia Station calls for, and the same 3-story height. It looks like this. It looks like this. And this is what it will look like to Zia Station, to Candlelight neighborhood, and to all motorists to the west. So it's not what Jennifer Jenkins likes to call porous. She said this would be a porous community, and this is what it looks like. I'm not seeing porosity here. Here's another one from Turquesa. You can't see through it. But as I said, that's only the preliminary density of the Zia Station proposal, without the inevitable future refilings for phases 1B and 2 under the new C2 PUD zoning that will make this possible. Zia Flats, though, by itself, without future refilings, is going to be denser than Turquesa, 50% denser. Hard to believe? I find it hard to believe myself, but take a look. In your packet, page 1, phase 1A, 244 units on 10.16 acres. That's 24 residences per acre. That is 1.5 times denser than this. And at 24 acres, residences per acre, Zia Flats will be the most dense development anywhere in South St. Francis Drive area. And together with the rest of Zia Station, it will be part of the most dense development in northern New Mexico, not comparable to anything except Capitol Flats, the ugliest housing project in Santa Fe, built by the same builder who's proposing to do Zia Flats, with a density that it has of 59.2 residences per acre. And because the entire Zia Station property has now gotten its C2 PUD and South Central Highway Protection Corridor boundary redrawn, and been rezoned C2 PUD, we have no idea what the final phase 2 and phase 1B over up to 10 years will look like. It could be another Capitol Flats, only this time on 22.7 acres. And this extraordinary density, now we get to the reason why that creates a dangerous problem. Obviously, the density is kind of a done deal. You love that, and we're stuck with it. But look what it's going to do to the traffic. Here's the reroute of Galisteo Road shown by the red line. All traffic enters Zia Flats this way and exits this way. The first opportunity to make a U-turn is right here at Candelero, East Candelero Street. So all those people wanting to have a chance to get onto Zia Road from Candelero neighborhood will be waiting a long time, while every morning and every evening traffic leaves Zia Flats and tries to make its U-turn here, backs up because people might be using the hot crossing right in this area. I think you can understand, without my belaboring it, the potential for how much, the potential for catastrophe here. And certainly a violation of Chapter 14 that says existing residents should not be damaged too badly by new development. They should have some of their quality of life considered somewhere along the way. Zia Flats, the point here is that all that traffic is coming and going from a single point, right about here at my cursor. And right to the west of that, no effects have been studied as to what will happen with all this additional traffic. That includes these two blind curves and how they will affect all these streets that really in Candlelight and at the Santa Fe High School, at Chaparral Elementary School down here, all these areas, how they will be affected by increased traffic from Zia Flats trying to make U-turns in this stretch of already extremely dangerous roadway. I really wish every commissioner would just go to Portobello or Ardor or Briante in the morning and try to get onto Zia Road in that 5 o'clock or 7:30 to 8:15 traffic and see how you feel, how much you feel it's safe. Okay, now we understand what the density will be like and what it will do to the area with that traffic increase in this very small area of about 2,600 feet from the intersection with no new traffic lights. It's clearly going to be smarter to make the proposed infrastructure changes before construction of the additional housing, to be sure that even the ones that are proposed are enough to handle the existing traffic. And in fact, in veiled cautious language, the traffic study from Bohannon Houston actually indicates that clearly. This is from page 6 of the traffic study that they did for the preliminary development plan. And in it, it says, it is anticipated that a follow-up traffic study will be prepared when the south parcel is developed to determine if the mitigation presented herein continues to result in an acceptable level of service. In other words, well, go ahead and build it first, the first phase, but then you better do another traffic study to see if you solved the problem at all. And if you didn't, we're going to have to make some changes. So we suggest that the changes be made if that's what we have to do. I think it'd be better to do a whole new traffic study, but they should be made first, whatever the traffic study, old or new, see if they work. And then if they don't, fix them before. The same thing with the sewer. I mean, why wait till the Zia Flats is in place to replace the sewer? Fix it now and then do the Zia Flats. And that's true with the traffic situation. The third condition of approval, obviously, we've covered already. The timeline, the developer calmly responded to questioning that he saw the project going on for up to 10 years. And now we see that there's been no timeline for anything, not 1A. 1B is now to be done later, whereas that was going to be sort of first phase when the ENNs were talking about it. So we'd like firm timelines as much as possible between the planning, for the planning commission to establish, for the developer to follow, so that there's some kind of reasonable expectation for a schedule to the end of this disruption to our lives, not only in Candlelight, but for everybody in the city that has to use this primary and highly dangerous intersection. The project should not be permitted to go on for up to 10 years. Hope you can do something about it. Fourth condition of approval, require the developer to deliver the appearance that was promised under oath to sell the project. And by the way, also under oath, the developer promised that, and I can't quote the exact words, I didn't have time to look it up, but it promised, if you approve Zia Station preliminary plan, your traffic problems at this intersection will go away. Well, that remains to be seen, and we'd like to hold the developer to that promise made under oath. But in terms of the fourth condition of approval we're asking for, we require the developer to deliver, or ask you to require the developer to deliver the appearance that was promised to sell the project. What was promised? Well, you got a glimpse of it again. This Ms. Jenkins flashed it on the screen. The good one. This looks really nice. We're all for this in Candlelight. No problems here. But in fact, it's already drifted a little in the preliminary plan, a little more severe, but still pretty nice. Low key, nice. This is all in your packet. Very nice sketches. Who would be against this? And this sold the plan. But now, well, the latest version, you saw it. Here it is. And it's got some changes. It's a little simpler. In fact, pretty far cry, no setbacks. But it still looks good. Lots of room all around, lots of balcony space. But in fact, from page 45 of your packet this evening of the final development plan, we now finally start to see what it's going to look like. That we see the signage, we see the roof that looks very familiar, and I'll tell you in a minute why. And we see this kind of silly representation. If you were to lie on the pavement surface of St. Francis Drive on the east side and look across the pavement, this is what you would see. Very few people are going to do that. In fact, what you're going to see is most of that three-story building height that is carefully concealed. The other thing I want to point out is, take a look here. For the first time, we see the length of the buildings. And again, low porosity. They're longer than any of the nice drawings that you were shown to sell the project. And to go back to the roof that's starting to look familiar and the buildings, let's look where we've seen them. Well, kind of looks like this. This is Olympus Rodeo Apartments right down the road at the end of Galisteo Road. And very familiar roof. The salesman must have gone by and sold everybody at the same time. And another place that failed to deliver, that looks a lot like these kind of blueprints that you're looking at, not blueprints, but elevations, is Capitol Flats, which also morphed dramatically from the preliminary plan to the final. This is what it looks like. This is the real thing. This is what it looks like. I mean, I don't know about you, but most of the motels on Cerritos Road look better than this. And Rail Yard Flats, same builder as did Capitol Flats, did Rail Yard Flats, and now wants to do Zia Flats. He did this. This is a mediocre motel look. So in summary, what we're hoping for in Candlelight, and I thank you for your tolerance of my intensity. I'm obviously trying to get a lot into the first time we've had a chance to make a coherent argument based on findings of fact and conclusions of law. We thought we'd try to introduce that somewhere in the conversation. And so in summary, we're asking you, before you approve, to please set these conditions of approval. The first condition, to reiterate, before you approve, require a better traffic analysis to be completed prior to constructing the development, the final development. I learned as a kid, measure twice, cut once. It's when I learned carpentry. That's what I was taught. I recommend that we do that here. Second condition, before you approve, require developers to build the promised infrastructure first so that they will not find a way to reduce them or back out the way they're already playing around with the sewer situation. Third condition, before you approve, require a firm timeline for the completion of all stages of Zia Flats for the sake of the neighborhood. We don't mind affordable housing, we're all for it. We don't mind development, we're all for it. But for God's sake, don't let this go on indefinitely and take any direction that the developer wants it to take based on little bit filing here and there of more of the parcel that he has managed to acquire. We have no idea how many stages there could be in this thing and how high it could go. It could go to 5 stories for phase 2 with the approvals that you all have given him so far. And finally, how about a new trend where if the developer promises under oath to develop a project and with a certain appearance and certain characteristics, why not hold them to it? And do it before you approve the final development project. So thank you so much for your patience with my intensity and our quick arguments. Tonight we explained what the conditions of approval should be for Zia Flats to avoid creating a dangerous and even less solvable traffic situation along Zia Road. And we showed how you could begin to hold developers to what they promise under oath to deliver, setting a new higher quality trend. And we thank you for the opportunity to present our views in this form. And before I leave you, just a couple of pictures of Santa Fe as it is now. And we love it. So we ask you, as you deliberate with what we readily acknowledge in Candlelight Neighborhood is your extremely difficult task, please be careful with our city and our future, all of our city, all of our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Oppenheimer, and thank you for keeping the presentation as promised to 30 minutes. I think it's very helpful to have one long presentation than a whole bunch of little 2-minute ones. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So Dan, who's next in line?
Let me remove Mr. Oppenheimer from the list. Next one is RG Wakeland.
Mr. Wakeland, you're okay, Mr. Wakeland, if you would unmute, and then Melissa, if you'd swear him in.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Robin G. Wakeland. I live at 2305 Calle Luminoso, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Your time has started.
I oppose this case. I testify that I did a recent exhaustive search in Santa Fe County deeds and plat records and Santa Fe County Probate Court for Martha Chavit, Harris, and Lewis, and found no deed or other conveyance from Martha T. Chavit to Martha T. Chavit Trust, nor from this trust to Lewis and/or Harris, nor did I find any death certificate for Martha T. Chavit. This indicates a defect in Zia Station LLC's claim and title to owning the subject property. Legal description and deeds are required for lot line adjustment and/or plat or plan amendments and final and preliminary development plans. In addition, this hearing violates my due process rights to opportunity to defend and present evidence. My opposition will be prejudiced by this lack. This is because 2 minutes is not enough time for an expert witness to provide factual foundation and opinion about these deeds, about developers' claim reversionary rights to Galisteo Road, which I dispute, about their lot line adjustment and plat amendment, which will not convey title of the road to developers, and ownership of Galisteo Road, and in addition, the traffic studies. We need to submit our own expert witnesses with our own traffic study. Galisteo Road is now owned by the State Department of Transportation, as it was a territorial road at statehood in 1912. It is not owned by the city. It became owned by the state under an 1866 federal law, and the award of Galisteo right-of-way to the county in 1970 quiet title suit does not divest the state of ownership because the federal issue was not raised. Ball versus Stevens, 158 P2D 207, California Court of Appeals, 1945, with laws similar to New Mexico.
Vice Chair, that's time.
Ms. Wigland, could you wrap it up, please?
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, next is
Cheryl Gardapi.
she's on the list of one of the people that gave up her time so that Mr. Oppenheimer could talk.
Okay. Let's see. And Barb T.
So Barb T, could you unmute and then be sworn in? We're waiting for you to unmute. Dan, can you help her?
I've asked her to unmute. It is on her side. She is able to talk on our side.
You push the button on your computer, the little microphone speaker, and push it so it unmutes. Should we move on and come back? Okay, you.
Joe Mayo Cullen.
Yes, hi, it's actually Alexandra and Joe Mayo Cullen.
Hello.
Okay,
Hi.
so you need to be sworn in.
Thank you. Will you both be speaking?
I guess primarily I'm the one speaking. I'm Alexandra Mayo Cullen.
Let me swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Alexandra Mayo Cullen. I live at 2099 Placita de Vida.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Started.
Thank you. I thank you for this opportunity to comment. My husband and I moved here about a year and a half ago during COVID. I learned about the Zia Station development that had been underway and in process for a period of time. My husband and I were members of our community council in St. Paul, Minnesota, and we are, in most cities across the nation, are very interested in development and density and multi-use and all that stuff. It's very good. Everybody wants it. Everybody's studying it. Everybody's trying to have it. On our city council, we had multi-use development put in. We had a light rail connecting two major cities, the twin St. Paul and Minneapolis. We got a soccer stadium put in. All that to say, I'm for development, I'm for density, I'm for affordable housing. But I am actually quite surprised that there hasn't been a comprehensive traffic study on this, and that the scope, and thanks to the previous presenter, I was very interested in what the impacts of traffic will be to my area. I am in the Vista del Sol area up by Pacheco and Syringa Road. And already I feel like since COVID has come, there's a whole bunch more traffic. And when we would have developments presented to our community council, someone from Public Works would come in and have done a traffic study. And they would show multiple models within at least a 5-mile radius and show us projections of 5 to 10 years of commuter traffic growth and projections, and show us all the various models and ways to mitigate traffic and traffic controls, and would work with those developers to try and figure out things that work. Anyway, I'm just a little surprised that this traffic study was, it seems to me, was done by the developer. I really would like to see, okay, maybe it wasn't done. I see somebody shaking their head that it wasn't done by the developer. I'm wrong. Anyway, I would like a very comprehensive traffic study, because I know that traffic flows like water. When you block it somewhere, it's going to go elsewhere. And it's going to be coming up onto Syringo and Pacheco. It's gonna, all the arteries will be affected. That's one thing I remember learning when I was on that community council.
Vice Chair, time is up.
Ms. Mayo, Colin, do you have anything else quickly to add, or are you finished?
No, I thank you so much for your time. And I know this is not an easy job that you guys have. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you for your participation.
Catherine Martinez Richardson.
Okay, Miss Martinez Richardson. Okay, unmuted. Please be sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Catherine Martinez, and I live at 2203 Briantes Street.
Thank you.
I have been a resident of the Candlelight neighborhood for over 30 years. And from the first introduction of the Zia Station development to the Public Planning Commission and governing body, the renderings of the development's apartments and other buildings were depicted as being attractive Santa Fe compatible structures. It is my belief that the Planning Commission and governing body in part approved the development based on the appearance of the renderings provided by the developer. Some officials and residents felt that as presented by the developer, the Zia Station development could serve as an attractive gateway to Santa Fe. Now that the development has been approved by the Planning Commission and governing body, the developer is coming before you for approval of the final development plan. The initial renderings of the Zia Station development, now Zia Flats, that were used to obtain approval of the development have been discarded, and new renderings are now being used in the final development plan. Unfortunately, the new renderings show drab, unattractive buildings that resemble a prison more than they do an apartment complex that could serve as an attractive gateway to Santa Fe. I believe that the renderings presented in the final development plan do not represent the proposed development as initially presented to the public and Planning Commission and governing body. Because of the drastic changes in the renderings, I am requesting that as a condition of approval, the developer be required to construct structures that represent the renderings used to gain initial approval for the project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Dan, the next one is Antoinette Shook.
Annette Shook, yes, Antoinette Shook, she's in.
Please unmute and be sworn in.
And the next one is Antoinette Shook.
Annette Shook.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is
Can
the
you hear
truth,
me?
the whole truth? Yes. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
I think you have some feedback.
Okay. How's that?
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Antoinette Shook. I live at 2120 Condoletto Street.
Thank you.
And thank you. I'm not sure if you are all aware that this development plan is in the appeals court. And I, as a taxpayer, do not consent to the use of the public resources at this current time. Also, I'm in full agreement with the CNA presentation stated today and with Catherine Martinez. The developers should be held accountable to what they have promised. Also, I think that the density of the project is going to put a lot of people in danger. One thing, crossing over Zia and St. Francis is quite dangerous. I think that you should think about having a bridge, an overhead bridge, not the one down a quarter mile that you go under to come back a quarter mile to go to Albertsons, but an overhead bridge to cross over, and at the expense of Merritt Brown, not the city taxpayers, because in time, when you see that this is a failed project, you're going to come back on the taxpayers and have us pay for it because of the fatalities that are going to happen on the street. Then we had the Planning Commission under duress at 2 a.m. agreeing to this development plan, only to allow the guilt to be put on you and allow you guys to put the nail in the coffin. I want due diligence and checks and balances and necessary safeguards for the people. And I just hope that you guys hear the people that are speaking. And I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shook. Dan, next is
Marshall.
Yes, I'm here, Margaret.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Margaret Marshall, 2172 Ojo Court, and I am a CNA Candlelight Neighborhood Association board member, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. Mainly, I want to say that I support 100% the conditions of approval regarding the final development plan for Zia Flats. the conditions of approval as presented by Ed Oppenheimer in his presentation just a little bit earlier. And again, do a proper traffic analysis, condition 1. Condition of approval 2, build the traffic infrastructure before any construction commences. 3, require a firm and reasonable timeline for the entire project. And the 4th condition, which has been addressed by Catherine Martinez and others, require that the developer deliver what was promised. I heard Ms. Jenkins talk about modified territorial. I mean, I almost burst out laughing when I hear her say that because it's ridiculous. You saw the slides at the end of Ed Oppenheimer's presentation of Santa Fe, the Santa Fe that we really care about and love. And you cannot look at Capitol Flats from any angle. And I have looked at it many times. You cannot look at Capitol Flats. You cannot look at Rail Yard Flats. You cannot look at Olympus Rodeo and in any way, shape, or form suggest that they are commensurate with Santa Fe. They are not. And Capitol Flats alone, I think, is a huge sore point in Santa Fe for many people. And they look at it, they shake their heads, they mention it. They cannot believe that that monster was built. And are people living there? Yes. I don't know who exactly, but I think we can provide housing, including affordable housing for residents of our city and people who decide that they want to live here. I think we can provide housing, but I don't think we are required to provide any and all housing that any developer in state or out of state would like to put up. So again, I support all of the conditions of approval and would like the Planning Commission to make sure that these are required of the developer before the commission approves any final development plan.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
time is up.
Thank you, Ms.
Perfect.
Marshall. Dan, I don't see anyone else. Is there anyone else in the public that wants to speak?
Nancy Shear, is she on the list? Oh,
No, she's not.
Nancy Shear, go ahead and unmute yourself, be sworn in, state your name and address for the record. Your
Okay,
time
do
is
you,
up when you finish.
okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Nancy Shear, 1894 Esplendor Street in the Candlelight neighborhood. One comment that I've had for quite some time that I don't hear anybody else say anything about goes back to this discussion of the 3-lane left turn and how much that will alleviate traffic, especially in the morning. And I think it will help considerably, but that leaves 1 lane for the straight through and the right turns. So traffic's going to back up in that lane instead of the other ones. And there are a fair number of us that sometimes go straight through or turn right, and those 2 groups are mixed together. So if a bunch of people want to go straight, they may have somebody in front of them waiting to turn right. So I still think there's a problem with the number of lanes in there. And I do want to state also with pedestrian traffic, the one crossing that is being proposed. But what about all the rest of the street? That's the only pedestrian crossing that there will be from there on west. You have high school students, elementary school students, other pedestrians just trying to take a walk. And it's very, very difficult to get across Zia from either side. And particularly if you're on the west end with the blind curves. And I will state that I support the plans that were presented by Mr. Oppenheim.
Thank you, Ms. Shearer. Is there anyone else from the public that wants to speak that hasn't already spoken?
If I may, Vice Chair Clow, I would like to respond to some of the commentary at this time.
There's one other person from the public,
Okay.
Helen.
Sure, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay.
Ellen, go ahead and unmute yourself, lower your hand, be sworn in, state your name and number for the record. Your time will start as soon as you finish.
Now I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are. Do you
Okay.
swear do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Helen Tomlin. Actually, I live in the Sully Lomas neighborhood. I'm with Axel Neighborhood Association. My house is at 2323 Calle Tablas, just off of Rodeo Road. We're supporting Axel and their efforts. I have a question with all this traffic and U-turns and straight forwards and backwards and have to loop around this and loop around that. Has anybody thought about the mental health and physical health and safety of all these U-turns? The way people are these days, everybody's really uptight. You can see people just shooting one another for no reason at all. And I can see trying to make a U-turn and somebody else said, well, no, you're not. Bang, you're dead. And I just wondered if you thought about any of that coming into play with all this traffic. A lot of it's going to flow over into the edge of the Sully Lomas and Axel Neighborhood Association. And they've got another building project planned over there behind Albertsons. We don't mind building. We don't mind. We're all for affordable housing. We've all been through that, trying to find a decent place to live. It's reasonably priced. But let's have some common sense about this and don't jam everybody up. I appreciate your time and I thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that wants to speak? If not, we'll close the public portion of this hearing. And Ms. Jenkins, can you briefly respond to some of the comments?
Thank you, Vice Chair Clow. I think it's important to maybe take a brief walk down memory lane with respect to this project. 1 year ago, this project received a preliminary development plan approval from the City Council. The primary purpose of a final development plan application and the city's review of that final development plan application is to determine if the final development plan application comports with the preliminary approval. And that is an uncontested fact that it indeed does comport with the preliminary development plan approval. That is why we are here this evening. With respect to the traffic study, first, it's very important to understand that the developer does not decide which intersections get studied. Under no circumstances, the city of Santa Fe and the Department of Transportation at the state of New Mexico decided which intersections got studied. That was not our choice. It's never the developer's choice. Those studies are scoped by the city of Santa Fe and, where applicable, the Department of Transportation. This traffic study was reviewed to the nth degree. It was approved by the city of Santa Fe and the Department of Transportation. It is done. There was no lack of transparency and review and revisions and response and back and forth on this traffic study. And we do have a condition of approval in your staff report. Very clearly states that all of the roadway improvements must be complete before one person moves in to Zia Flats. It is all complete as part of one project. Not one new car is on that road until 100, those traffic improvements are not only complete, but accepted by the city. And with respect to, and this is also a very important point, there was a lot of commentary about the plans are going to change and they're going to move the goal and everything's going to change. We are a planned unit development. It's very important to remember what that is. Our zoning is tied inextricably to our preliminary development plan. If we want to change anything of significance around that preliminary development plan, we are not only back before this body, but we are back before the city council. Changing that preliminary development plan changes our zoning. We don't have carte blanche to just do whatever. We have design standards that were set up. We have permissible uses that are codified. That development plan is an ordinance. It is law, and we are bound by it. So when we come in with the phases like we are tonight with our final development plan, it has to comport with the law that the governing body established for this property. And if there's something that we want to change, we are back before the governing body and request for that. So there is a lot of predictability and understanding about what is being proposed here. And lastly, if I may be indulged momentarily, Vice Chair Clow, I do want to address the commentary regarding the elevations for this phase. So what we're looking at right now, these are the renderings for Zia Flats that were presented last year. It is a modified territorial style. And we were asked by the neighborhood, because you can see there are kind of some areas of elements that were a little more contemporary incorporated into the territorial style. We received feedback from the neighborhood that they would prefer these elevations to be more traditional and typical of a territorial vernacular. So that is exactly what we did. The renderings that Mr. Oppenheimer showed you, yes, those were renderings that we showed. Every single one he showed you was for the mixed use project in phase 2 on the south side of Zia. It's a very different product type there with respect to the mix of residential and commercial uses. And yes, those are absolutely what we showed, and that is, those are the vernacular and the designs that we intend to move forward with. And tonight we're here to talk about phase 1. So this is what was presented at the Planning Commission hearing and the council hearing last year. And these are the elevations of what we're proposing now. As you can see, some of those contemporary elements have been removed, and we have a much more traditional vernacular with respect to the brick coping, and we have the metal standing seam roofs. We have the neoclassical detailing around the windows. So this, I don't believe anyone could say that this is dramatically some enormous departure from what we proposed previously. The departure is we modified these at the request of the neighborhood. And this is what is presented. So the modifications are not extreme, but they are a direct result of feedback that we received. And I do have my traffic engineer is here. I'm going to wait, and I can ask to have him elevated as a panelist and to see what questions you may have for him with respect to the traffic study. And with that, I will just wait for any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. So commissioners, Commissioner Faulkner, you've had your hand raised for a while.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that's not, Vice Chair, that's not intentional.
Oh, okay. You don't have any questions?
Not right now, no.
Okay. Commissioner Inejos Fall. You're not, you're you're muted.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. First of all, let me say that Mr. Oppenheimer has given the opportunity to all of us to do the right thing. He's correct. We need to do the right thing. And his proposed amendments, conditional on approval, are exactly on point. I'm not going to go through all of the traffic issues again because someone will be speaking on that. And it doesn't really matter whether it's the city that was supposed to pay for it and require them or whether it's the developer. It is a fact that they must be done. And everyone that drives in that area recognizes the problem. Let me address the appearance of that building, of those buildings. What we need to do as a commission is to preserve the Santa Fe brand, not destroy it, not compromise it, not erode it, but preserve it. People come into this town to spend money as tourists, not because they want to visit little Albuquerque. Let me tell you what the territorial style of building is. And if you don't find it offensive, I will be greatly surprised. This is from Wikipedia. I'll be very short. I'm just going to recite the paragraph and I want it on the record. Territorial revival was developed in response to an increasing popularity in the Spanish Pueblo revival style, with which it shares many features and materials. Architect John Gaw-Meem began to design homes in what he referred to as territorial style in response to requests from clients, some of whom desired residences with cleaner, more conventional lines and symmetrical masses that were customary of his Pueblo revival buildings. Meem's client, Mrs. Robert Tinley, specifically requested that the architect eschew many of customary Pueblo revival elements for her 1929 house, saying that she wanted, quote, nothing heavy or Indian, quote, as little Mexican as possible. That's the problem with this territorial style that's being pushed on Santa Fe by developers who can't bother to make the modifications because they are buying architectural plans that suit Albuquerque, Memphis, Tennessee, somewhere in North Dakota, for all I know. We have to stop that. We have to make a difference here. Second point I want to make, so if you're not offended by a developer coming through and saying, oh, look at this, it's all territorial style, it was all hideous. And that's why I asked Ms. Jenkins for those renderings, because I wanted to see what position they're not taking. It does not conform to the original plans that they presented before the commission. It is offensive and it is eroding the Santa Fe brand. And if the Santa Fe brand is eroded, then the money that comes into the city is eroded. And if the money that comes into the city is eroded, a whole bunch more people are not going to be able to work or live here, much less rent or buy. Let's be clear. The developers are not doing the city of Santa Fe a favor. We are doing the developers a favor. The city should be on the driver's seat and in the leadership, because the developers are going to make money off of any development that they have in this town. The question is, can they adjust their expectations of profit, that little adjustment that it will take to alter the facade of those buildings so that they conform with the Santa Fe brand? And yes, everybody hates the Capitol Flats project and related projects like that, and for a good reason. Anybody anywhere would hate them. They're the equivalent of the Soviet style big tower blocks in which people that can't afford better are warehoused. And we don't want that for our city. It's telling that the developer is arguing that $65,000 to conform to the request by the city to take care of the sewer line is, they find as an outrageous amount of money. A homeowner in this city who owns a 2,100 square feet home is going to pay $30,000 to replace a roof or $30,000 to restucco their home. And a developer is going to sit here and tell you with a straight face that $65,000 is too much for them to fix a sewer line in which is going to be compromised because of the project that they want to develop. So I'm urge you to think about that and not give any concessions. Let me make one last point here. My point, let me just wrap it up here. I'm sure I'll come back. Adapting the verbatim, the conditions for pre-approval that were represented by Mr. Oppenheimer is really the only responsible and ethical thing to do for this commission. It is, because we work for the people of our city. We don't work for them, we represent them. We're here to hear them, and we're here to take into consideration their positions. It's also telling that no one came up in support of any of this by the developer. Did we hear from anyone who said, oh yes, it's fine, it's great, go ahead, rubber stamp it? We can't rubber stamp. We have to place conditions, and the conditions that Mr. Oppenheimer suggested are exactly on point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments by commissioners? Pat, you have okay, well, Pat, you put your hand up first. The Assistant City Attorney, do you have a comment?
Vice Chair, I just wanted to comment. This is just approving the final development plan. Again, this is not going back over the traffic study. This is not, addressing other issues. Those issues should have and were already addressed in the initial development plan and when it went through governing body. This is just for the final development plan, which is in front of you, and the vacation and dedication plot. So I would just urge you to remember that part. This is not a...
Yeah, and I think we're aware of that there are constraints, that the project, all the other aspects of the project, the traffic study, it was all considered. And now we're just determining whether the final development plan conforms to the preliminary development plan. And then we're also addressing the roadway. Commissioner Pava, your hand is up.
Yes, thanks for recognizing me, Madam Vice Chair. We heard a lot of testimony this evening from residents, impassioned, and like rightly so, I would imagine, if I was in that situation. But the project has a long, long history. This is also a parcel of land on essentially a state highway, a major arterial in Santa Fe, and a heavy rail station. If we cannot approve dense development in this location, then we might as well sprawl all the way halfway to Albuquerque, because there's not going to be any other options to locate high density in areas as appropriate as this. However, as I've mentioned in other cases that we have reviewed, the devil is always in the design with density, the 3Ds, devil in the design of density. We've heard and we've seen examples of good, bad, and ugly here in Santa Fe. And given the site constraints in this location, and given the history of the review of the design and the zone changes that have happened here and the master plan changes, the lack of a master plan that's newer than 25 years old, I think we've done the best we can under the circumstances. And so I think when we consider this project, we have to consider all of that. And as a commission, we can certainly consider what the future holds and advocate for an update of our city's general plan. And that would be reflected in Chapter 14, our ordinances. Where we are here today is looking at the proposed development for a parcel of land on a major crosstown highway, urban highway, at a heavy rail station. And I would ask my fellow commissioners to consider all that in context to the very eloquent presentation by Mr. Oppenheimer.
Thank you, Commissioner Pava. Commissioner Faulkner.
Yeah, I would just say that this piece of land was dedicated to be developed. We do, although in the last case, I said we don't know what level of housing crises we're in. We know that we need housing. And what we need to do is every district needs to take a little bit of the infill so that we don't put too much pressure on some of the districts that are right now taking the lion's share of the housing build out. And I like this project. I know there's concerns from the community, and I totally agree with the community that truly at any point, the developer could literally come back to us and request a variance or an exemption or a change or something, because it happens all the time. But I would say that this for this piece of land, this is a good development for this piece of land. And we have to start infilling throughout the city. We have to spread the lift of the housing situation throughout the city. And so I support this project. I think it's a fairly decent project.
Thank you, Commissioner Faulkner. Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, as a newcomer, I just have a couple of questions, maybe for the staff or Madam Vice Chair, maybe for you. First of all, it was my understanding from the research I have done, and maybe this will get cleared up when I get the training I so badly need, that at the end of the day, style questions are not in the province as a legal matter of the Planning Commission. Now, I'd be delighted to be wrong, but that I understand that we don't get that. We depend on the taste of the developer. And in that regard, sort of whether that is accurate or not, and I need to know that at some point, I thought that what Ms. Jenkins said about which facade we were being shown is material. that inadvertently or advertently, we were being shown the facade for the second phase, not and being told, having it implied that it was the facade of the first phase. And if I've understood that correctly, I want to be sure about that. And the third thing I think I've heard is that the traffic, A, will be paid for by the developer, and B, it will be completed before anybody moves in. And so I want to make sure that I heard that right. The one thing outlying for me is the $65,000, and I have to admit I sort of agree with Ms. Hinojos Fall. Excuse me, my glasses are fogging up. That's peanuts. It ain't peanuts to me, but it's in the big scale of things. But if the city could forego, as I understood the proposal earlier, if the city could forego some of the revenue that they would get from further out developments, and the developer would cover this, and then the city would agree to forgive $65,000 or $40,000 or whatever on a future charge of work that's prone to be done. To me, that's a matter of judgment, and reasonable people can disagree about it. But
Commissioner,
I thought that was good.
Commissioner Smith, I understand that the applicant has given up that request and has agreed that they will cover the entire cost of number 6 as amended, as read into the record and amended. So the 65,000 is off the table.
Yay.
Condition, the highway improvements being completed before anyone moves in is condition number 1, which the applicant has agreed to, and maybe staff can address the design question that you raised, either Jason or Lee.
Sure. I didn't realize I was not muted. Yeah, thank you. Certainly people are upset about the appearance of some of the developments that have gone up in town. But a point I like to remind the commission and the public of is that we have an architectural point system. And to be blunt, it's inadequate, it's aged, like a lot of things that need revision. And the way I'd like to put it is, it was written by somebody who gets Santa Fe style for builders who get Santa Fe style. And so it's overly simplistic. It's like massing, like windows 2 feet from the corner, and that's supposed to imply Adobe structure, depth of windows, things like that. And it's just simply inadequate right now. And the fact is that both the renderings they showed at preliminary and they're showing now do meet our code. That's something that needs to get addressed at a higher level, and we can't really do on a case level like this. However, the commission, and again, as Jennifer said and Pat said, what the commission is here to decide is if the preliminary or the final development plan substantially complies, syncs up with the preliminary development plan, okay? And it does architecturally. The commission does have it in their power to ask for more. That's at your discretion. It's just throwing that out there to consider. The buildings, again, in that presentation, there were some misleading things. The before and after Jennifer showed you, obviously more money was spent on the rendering than on the elevation she showed for final. Maybe if the final was a rendering, as high quality as the first, we'd all feel a little more at ease. But the commission does have it in their power to ask for more where this is concerned. But I'll leave it at that.
I think, Lee, I think the issue is we can ask, but not require.
Yeah, well, I might ask for Pat's opinion on that, because it comes down to an issue of it meets the architectural point system, therefore it meets our code. But I don't know. have input there, Pat?
I would be wary of requiring too much more than the code requires through this commission, because your decision would be appealable, and I'm not sure that it would hold up. So that would be my advice.
Thank you. Commissioner Santega, you have your hand up. Centenia.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clow. I just wanted to make sure, because I didn't catch where it was actually stated that the applicant, and maybe again, Jennifer, if you can just state for the record that you are no longer proposing an amendment to condition number 6. Is that correct?
We thank you, Commissioner Satenya and Vice Chair Clow and commissioners. So there was an amendment to the original condition that is depicted in the staff report that was worked out with Stan in wastewater. And that was,
and just to be clear, that's the one that's in our packet, correct? Because I think the one that it's not, it's
no, it's the one that was shown. Jennifer, can you pull it up again so we can all see it? It limits the, it's a shorter distance that they need to reconstruct.
Okay, you don't need to pull it up. I'm clear that it's not the one that's in our packet now.
We're in agreement, Commissioner.
Okay, so nothing with regards to the wastewater management explore cost shared through credits and waivers. You're no longer proposing that.
We're no longer proposing that.
Okay, great. I just want to be clear on that. The other thing is I think just some of the conversations that's happening towards the end of this, and again, this is a final development plan approval, and but I think we shouldn't step over again using this as another example as to why the city of Santa Fe needs to adjust the general plan and update its codes to better address the design standards. And unfortunately, we are at the mercy of the code and to our city attorney here, that if we go too far outside the code, they will appeal, and it is likely that we will lose those cases within court. And and the best thing that we can do as a commission is to continue to push for and support a general plan update. So I just want to make sure that I use that as this opportunity, and while I appreciate the comments from the community and the points that were raised. I originally voted no on this project just based on the way that it came to us. There were overlays that were amended in a process that I did not agree with, and yet it's been approved by the city council. And the project that's at hand, I do believe, addresses the traffic. To Ms. Jenkins, what she pointed out earlier is a 3-lane turn lane. So, if you envision the presentation was given where there's this long line of cars, which is, a single turn lane pretty much, that if you cut that long line in thirds and stack that up at the front of the line and give them all a shot at one time to turn at one time, that is consistent with the graphs and charts that Ms. Jenkins provided in terms of what this is going to how it's going to alleviate the current traffic situation. And in terms of the improvements, that I don't know if they were necessarily required, but in terms of creating connectivity between one development across the street and eventually the development to connect to the train and other services and businesses that will be in phase 3, I believe. I think I also support at this point. So those are the points that I wanted to raise before we go to a vote. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a couple of issues that were that Lee brought up today, and that is the City Council, in approving the project, made a condition of the project that there's a prohibition on short-term rentals through the entire PUD. And I understand that the applicant is happy to have that condition stated in the development plan. And so I would request that that condition be put into the development plan. And then another issue is that, and any amendment to the Santa Fe Homes Program agreement has to come back to the governing body for review and approval. I mean, I think that's just what the law is, but I think that the applicant is willing to also put that on the final development plan, which would
Yes.
be worthwhile.
Absolutely.
So we need to consider that in voting to approve, deny the project, that those two issues should be on the development plan. Commissioner Inejos Fall, you have your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Segna for raising the issue of what exactly the developer was conceding with respect to Amendment 6. And second, I am not comfortable with the developer or the developer spokesperson, Ms. Jenkins. I don't know if this is procedurally correct. I'm not comfortable with her passing on that information to the chair instead of her coming on screen and stating on behalf of the developer what the concessions are and what they intend to do or not do. That, I think, would make for a clearer and more impartial record. Third, I am not opposed to a development on SIA. I am opposed to the particulars of how that development comes to fruition. And I am not suggesting that the code be changed or violated with respect to the facade and the architectural look of the buildings, because there is a lot of room within the code, because it takes very little to make the adjustments. So those are misconceptions of my position. I simply want the architectural look of the development to be more in conformity with the Santa Fe brand. And I do not appreciate a touting of the territorial style, because it is offensive. And it should be offensive to everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, I need to make clear that Ms. Jenkins and I have had zero communications and could not have any communication.
You passed on that information from her.
No, I did not. I passed it on. I have a memo here from Lee, the case manager of this case, who sent the memo to Brian Gonzalez, the chair, and Brian sent it to me. And it's the staff's communication with Ms. Jenkins. It would be absolutely inappropriate for Ms. Jenkins and I to have a conversation about this project. We did not. Ms. Jenkins had conversations with Lee, the case manager, where there was discussions about what the city council had done, and also the issue in terms of the Santa Fe Home Program, that any agreements, any amendments would, even though that's the law, it would be put on the final development plan, just so that it's obviously there. So those communications were appropriately done between the applicant and staff, and then staff passed those on to Brian Gutierrez, who then passed them on to me, so that I would make sure that in addressing this project, those issues were on the development plan.
Madam Vice Chair, I just want to make the record, and I apologize if I did not understood you correctly. What I was referring to was the withdrawal you presented to us a few minutes ago, that the developer was withdrawing their objection to amendment number 6.
And that withdrawal she did at this meeting, when she and I were having a conversation, and I was trying to clarify in terms of what the negotiation was.
That's just my point. She needed to come on screen and state for the record that she was withdrawing that amendment. That's all. I don't think it's appropriate for anyone, any side party to have that conversation and then come on the record and represent what the developer has now withdrawn
Okay,
or
so
not.
again, for the record, there was no side conversation about that issue. That
All right.
issue that occurred at this public hearing where she and I were having a conversation about that issue. And she said, never mind, we're not going to make an issue out of this anymore. You know, if the compromise that was reached between she and the utility person, if that was agreed to, then they would not push the issue that they wanted some sort of compromise to the 65,000. So she did that at this hearing on the record in front of all of us, but it might not have been clear enough to everybody. Okay, so we have Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clow. I'm ready to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve the vacation and dedication plat for case 2021-3662, and also to approve the final development plan for case 2021-4647, subject to the conditions of approval and technical corrections recommended by staff, with the amendment as presented by staff to condition 6, and with the conditions on the development plan, noting the short-term rental limitation and the Santa Fe Homes Program requirements as approved by the governing body and discussed in this meeting.
Thank you,
Commissioner Satania, a second.
Okay, so Commissioner Lawrence moved and Commissioner Centenia seconded. So any comments? Or should we move for a vote? Jason, you have your hand up. Do you have anything to say?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, I just wanted to clarify the Commission's responsibility or authority regarding architectural styles. So Chapter 14, 3.8 Development Plans, Section D, Approval Criteria for Conditions, C, it's under necessary findings. To approve the development plan, the Planning Commission must make the following findings. See that the use and any associated buildings are compatible with and compatible to buildings, structures, and uses of the abutting property and other properties in the vicinity of the premises under consideration. So that does give you some authority. And under conditions, there's really not much that could be construed as authority to modify the architecture as long as it does comply with the point system, other than other conditions necessary. No, I apologize. Arrangement of buildings and uses and use areas on the site. That's the closest thing under conditions. I don't think that really speaks to architectural styles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Do we want to call the vote?
Would you like me to take the roll call?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Faulkner?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Fall?
No.
Commissioner Lawrence?
Yes.
Commissioner Pava?
Yes.
Commissioner Satania?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya? You're muted, Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Cloud, would you like to vote? Or
No,
are you
I
just
don't need
gonna
to.
vote?
The motion's passed.
Okay.
I don't need to.
Okay, great. The motion has been approved.
Thank you
Vice
all.
Chair Clow, can I make a motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for both cases 2021-3662 and 2021-4647?
Friendly amendment?
With the amendments as proposed tonight.
Yes.
Commissioner Santega?
Yeah, I was going to offer the same friendly amendment before seconding. So, and my audio cut out for a second. Commissioner Lawrence, did you agree to that amendment?
I did.
Okay,
So-
Commissioner Satay, need a second.
So do those need to be redrafted and us look at them again, or are we comfortable with them, just the 3 changes being put into the current findings?
As the maker of the motion, my assumption was those 3 changes were straightforward. However, I will ask Attorney Figali if she would prefer that they come back to us.
I don't think that they need to come back to you, but if you could state them, which 3 you would like a bit more explicitly, that would be helpful.
To include the additions to the conditions with the staff amendment to condition 6 as presented in the meeting today, and the conditioned noting the short-term rental limitation and the Santa Fe Homes program requirement as approved by the governing body.
Lee, are you good with that? Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Melissa, can you take a vote?
Sorry about that. Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinojos Ball,
No.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satenia,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved. Did I miss
Thank you,
somebody?
Melissa.
I don't think I did. Okay, thank you.
Night. Thank you all very much for your time and attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Okay, moving on to staff communications.
I have none from staff. I don't know if Jason has anything.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick note that we are getting a lot closer to hiring a new planning manager and a planning AD. I can't disclose their names yet, but it's yeah, we're in the home stretch. So I just wanted to let you all know that. Really looking forward to that. Having them on and increasing the capacity in the planning department.
Anything else?
I believe that we're having a training, sorry to cut you off, Jason, at the next meeting. So we will, at least Dan and I think will be presenting to you all.
And what will that training be on? Is it open?
It will be a public meeting. Yes, we're going to go over some of chapter 14, some of your responsibilities, some of the sort of procedural issues with this, how these meetings work, Open Meetings Act, things that the current commissioners probably already know, but might want a refresher on, and the new commissioners might not know.
Thank you. Lee, your hand's up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just wanted to add a note on the architectural standards. It's something that comes up a lot, but it seems like it always gets kind of relegated to the big Chapter 14 overhaul. And I just wanted to make the statement. I mean, if we get a counselor on board to sponsor this and get some public process, this doesn't have to wait for a Chapter 14 overhaul, and it doesn't need to take forever. Like I just really think this is something the city needs to do, get some more specificity in there so we get product we're happy with. And I just strongly feel like it's something that I don't know who needs to initiate it, but staff should pursue with the support of a counselor and a little bit of public process to find out what they want. Thanks.
Matters from the commission. Jason, wait, you have your hand up again?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Lee, I appreciate your opinion on that, but we do want to have that include the update to the architectural point system included in the code update. So we're doing that comprehensively. And it's, we take all of the different, aspects that may be related into in the code together. Just want to make that clarification. That's definitely what I plan on doing. So I disagree with what you said, Lee. I apologize.
Commissioner Faulkner.
Yeah, I would just offer that I think the commission can play a key role in helping staff. What I see is staff is doing a lot of heavy lifting on it with a very short amount of resources. And I urge all of the commissioners, just pull some weight, talk to the counselors. They're doing the budget that right now the city's going through their budget. Call counselors, call the mayor's office as commissioners, and we need to make it clear that the land use department needs more people and more funding. The land use department, being a commissioner, I've discovered is probably one of the most critical departments in the entire city. And the decisions that are made at the land use department impact people on a very personal level. They impact our economy. Every facet and every element of our community is impacted by land use. And we need land use to be beefed up. Jason and his team need support. And every commissioner, please call the city councilors, please call the mayor and tell them that that they need to fund and bolster up the land use department. There's too much work and too little resources. And Dan and Jason and Lee, I have worked with all of you, and I can tell you they're dedicated and they're doing a phenomenal job considering what they're up against, but they need our support. And we may not always agree with staff, but they're doing a lot of heavy lifting. And so they need us to pitch in for them a little bit right now. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Centenia.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clow. I just want to reiterate some of the points that were already made, but also point to that, the start of this meeting was, based on an ordinance that's coming to us, and directly impacted by land use, which is daycare facilities and the access that the city has to daycare facilities. That is directly correlate to land use and what the work that land use does and the city code and how we build our city. So I'm a huge advocate for updating the general plan and chapter 14, and ideally that we do this comprehensively. And yet I'm starting to get really frustrated as a resident of this great city and being on this commission that we've heard that we are going to get an update and a revised chapter 14 for years, and it's still not happening. So at a certain point,
we're doing it. I apologize. It's happening. It's happening right now. I apologize. Just to correct the record, Commissioner, I apologize for interrupting you. It's happening.
Okay, and we're still not, well, okay, Jason. I'm a little surprised to get interrupted and cut off like that, but okay, I got it. And we haven't been provided all the details of what that plan is and what a growth management study is versus a comprehensive plan. So there's still lots of questions about what this actually looks like. So it's a fair criticism to be made. And if what's actually going to be included in that has not been presented to any of us or clearly defined. So I think there's still a lot of work that the city has to do. And at some point, it might be appropriate to actually address some of these things head on and maybe not pull it in, but so that we can get some things moving. So that's the only point that I wanted to offer.
Commissioner Pava.
I just wanted to again welcome our new commissioners on board. See what the fun-filled Thursday night you're going to have twice a month. Sometimes they're shorter, but they're never boring. It's great to have a diversity of opinions on and a complete mission. That being said, I will be gone on the 21st of April and Cinco de Mayo because I have a 2-year deferred trip with my wife to celebrate anniversaries, birthdays, and whatnot. But I'll think of you. Remember to think of you on those days. I will be back bright and bushy-tailed to go on, I believe it's the 18th of June or whatever date, refreshed, renewed, and reinvigorated. I want to wish Mr. Logston success on your move. Thank you for your service here. And I just want to echo what Commissioner Agnes said in his comments about staffing up, particularly in long-range planning. That will help counter and support you all with the information you need in the current day-to-day planning activities, things like housing studies and state of the city, just so everybody has some common frame of reference. That's what's done when the two planners who are now long retired, we're doing that on an annual basis. I think Councilor Faulkner's suggestion that we talk to our Commissioner Faulkner's suggestion we talk to our counselors. It's a great idea, and I will move forward on that as well. Thank you all.
Commissioner Faulkner, you have your hand still up. Do you have another comment or, okay. So anything else or can we adjourn? Jason, your
Madam
hand's up.
Vice Chair, yeah,
Yes.
so I apologize for interrupting earlier, but we would be happy to send you all the RFP. It's actually available online. But I can ask Daniel Alvarado to send you all the RFP for the code update. We
Yeah,
can't
that'd be great.
disclose. Yeah, we can't disclose the the proposals at this time because it's it's still in the procurement
Right.
phase. But yeah, that's what it's I just I do want to express that none of this is falling on deaf ears or ever has. We just it takes time, and we're not ignoring it. We're doing it as quickly as possible, and I'm not even going to go into the staffing issues. With the staff we have, I think they're doing a phenomenal job, and we're doing it as quickly as possible, and we're going to go at the the rate that we need to go to do it correctly.
And Jason, I think we're all aware of that. I mean, there is so many cases and so many complicated cases, and there's so much going on, and we know that staff is short, but you guys do a great job. You do.
Thank you.
Very, very good, thorough presentations. It makes our job easier. Dan, your hand is raised.
Yes, I just want to make sure that I'll let everybody know that I've taken notes tonight regarding some of the questions that have been asked, some of the development questions that have been asked, some of the code questions that have been asked. And I will do my very best to try and make sure that I include many of the much of the information within Chapter 14 that will allow you to understand not only the parameters that you can operate under, but what the limits are as well before we actually become arbitrary and capricious. And I'm sure Pat will help me with that on that part, so that you feel more comfortable with the questions you ask, that you feel more comfortable with the decisions you ask, and you understand the role between the staff and the Planning Commission, as well as between the Planning Commission, the applicant, and the public. So I'll do my very best to provide all that information so you can get a rounded class on your role as a Planning Commission.
Thank you. And Commissioner Faulkner, you have a comment? Then take your hand down.
I can't take it down.
Okay, so I think we're done unless anyone else has anything to add. Thank you all.
Great.
Good night.
Have a good night, everyone.